Okay. Is my camera upside down? It's the camera upside down. What? Okay, that's correct. But why am I looking down? Oh Lord. Here we go. Here we go. Now I am okay. This is so weird. Okay, what I need to do is to open up. Sorry, folks, we're trying to pull this thing together because that looks like I'm looking down. Why? Tell me why. Sorry, folks, we're still trying to work the kinks out. At some point, I'm going to get this thing together. May not be tonight, though. All right. If you need to, it looks better than it did the last time. So we're getting there slowly but surely. Lord, I need to touch up bad. All right, all right, all right. Let me get my TikTok up and going. If you're coming in tonight, welcome, welcome, welcome. I am casting from both YouTube and TikTok tonight. I'm about to go live on TikTok. Looks like I got one person in the room. Hey, Michelle, why am I here? How rude. I'm trying to go live from both places. It looks like my camera is a little bit better tonight, right? I went and bought another one. So it's not the $500 one, but it looks like it looks a little bit better than the one that I had, and it's a lot smoother. Do I sound good? I sound good. I need to get this lighting right. I don't know if I like that lighting. I'm about to go live on TikTok as well. I'm just trying. I needed to come here first to try to get this set up a little bit better. I do need you to stay on this side, even if you go over on TikTok, because I know you got more than one advice or device rather. Stay on the YouTube side so I can at least get the watch hours for it. Am I washing out? Because I want to pull the camera up, but it looks like when I pull it up like that. Oh, first of all, okay, they're gonna think I'm doing something. I just put on lotion because my hands were ashy. I don't want anybody thinking any business. My hands were just ashy. I just needed some. Okay, this is showing a little too much of my business here. I think I'm gonna leave that camera right there. I'm trying to set the camera up so that it looks like I'm looking, at the. But the further I go up, the worse. Like I don't know what's going on with the lens. I'm gonna leave it right here. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how this thing works. All right. Okay. You say I do sound good. I can type back too. So I need to be. Sorry. We're going to be talking Shannon Sharp tonight. We're definitely going to be spending a whole lot of time on the Steeles, Kelly Steele and her husband Reginald Steele, and how God graced her to help her husband get ready to go cheat on her every weekend for years. So those are the topics of the night. I'm just getting the YouTube up and hoping I can get some people over on the YouTube side. And we're gonna go ahead and see their face. Can you hear that too? And what they talk about. I clicked on your Shell, does that sound good? I wanted everybody to see your face, and I want everybody. It sounds good to me. I want to make sure you can hear before I go live. Are you able to hear? I know you hear me talking to you. Men who talk like this. Okay, you can hear them too. So you can hear me good, and you can hear them good. Do you fantasize about your children? Oh, that's nasty. I can't figure out how we got here. All right. Oh, okay. See, if I pull the camera, I want to pull the camera up so it looks like I'm looking, but when I do that, it looks like I'm looking down instead of up, and I don't understand why. I don't know why what's going on. What's up with this camera that's not allowing for me to do both. I sit it here, maybe. Does that look like I'm looking at the camera? Or no, no. It looks like I'm looking down at you guys. I don't like that. I'm gonna get it together one of these days, and everything's gonna be perfect. How about here? That's an odd angle, but Just want it to look a little bit more personal. How about that? Like a fisheye. Okay, you're all in my house, though. I don't like that. I don't like people in my house. Get out right now. Okay, that's actually not so bad, maybe. Is that better? I don't know. Should I leave it there? Hello, hello. Because if I'm doing this, then I'm going to be looking, looks like I'm looking up. But when I pull the camera up, I'm going to pull it together one of these days and things are going to be perfect. But until then, we're just going to keep on. We're going to make it do what it do. I kind of like that. I think I can live with that for the night. So I can figure out where I need to sit this thing so it looks like I'm in the right spot the whole time. All right, Shelly, Shell. I'm going to leave it right there. That's about as close as I'm going to get. And I mean, they got to understand that I'm in two different places. So, all right, let's prepare to go live. I need. Hey, this is the stuff people don't see. All the buttons I'm pressing, and shoot, I did like 20 minutes worth of setup. I got the most bootleg setup right now. You would not imagine. I got like 50 wires. If somebody throw water at me right now, I would be electrocuted. There's so many wires hooked up to me right now. All right. Give me a second. Kelly Steele. Kelly Steele. Kelly Steele. STE. Lord, I don't even know how to spell a woman's name anymore. STE. Oh crap! How do I put the title on? Is it STELLE? I don't know. I'm gonna have to come out and look. What? Not good. Hold on. I gotta go to my video to get the right spelling. I got bad news. Kelly STEELE. Message me about. All right, Kelly STEELE. All right, we're about to go live. Kelly Steele. Oh, hey, my folks. How y'all doing tonight? I am in both places tonight. I'm actually already live on YouTube, but I'll be going live on TikTok as well. If you guys, please, could hang out here, you're going to get the same show both places. You just won't see as many faces, but you'll be able to hear everybody's voices. I have it finally hooked up so that there's a dedicated microphone that's going to feed the YouTube or the TikTok voices over here. So you'll be able to see me in both places. I may be looking up or looking a little weird, but you'll be able to hear the entire show. And I want you guys to participate as well on the YouTube side. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Mr. Steele and Mrs. Steele, Kelly Steele and Reginald Steele. If you guys do not know, they have gone mega viral here on TikTok and social media. This is a set of pastors that have been together 31, 32 years, married. And she got up and gave what she called her testimony, but which basically equated to... I don't even know how to describe it, but she spent the entire time, I called her just being Pastor Pick-Me. She was just embarrassing herself through and through. He was laughing at her, and some of the worst sound bites that I think are never going to die. I mean, she got up here. She talked about how her husband was just a habitual cheater. He talked, well, we'll get into all that once I get the show going. But the most memorable line was that she would help her husband get ready to go cheat on her on the weekends, and she would iron his clothes and help him get dressed to go meet his side chicks on the weekend. So he's basically only at home Monday through Friday, and the rest of the time he was out with his side chicks. Cheating. And she talked about how God has blessed her and their marriage and how wonderful things are. And we real Christians and real married people are just not having the crap. So I did a couple of videos on her, and we're definitely going to spend a whole lot of time on it because there's just a whole lot to unpack with regards to that situation. Now, I see that we got 3 people in the room. I need you guys to hit that thumbs up button here on the YouTube side, and please shout your name out over in the chat. I'm on my laptop now, so I can actually type back and acknowledge you guys beyond just the voice speaking. But I want to know that you guys hear who you are. Let me know your name and where you are so I can shout you out as I'm preparing to go live here on YouTube and TikTok. For those of you who are not familiar with me, I am Marquise, mega viral many times over. My biggest video thus far has hit 17.2 million views. So people enjoy what I do content wise. I do a myriad of things, comedy, drama, skits, and I do take time out to discuss real issues that affect us as a community, us as Black people, us as in relationship, married, unmarried. I cover it all. So you will never be bored. I'm always going to educate, enlighten, and entertain each and every time I'm here on a YouTube or TikTok. So if you're new here, please hit that button and hit that and subscribe over to me and become part of my YouTube family. And if you're more interested, again, a lot of the content bleeds between the two platforms, but YouTube gets a lot more of the exclusive stuff and a lot more of the personal stuff, including my documentary that's available to watch anytime. It's called Bonner Blue Blessings, the Bonner family story, which is tragedy over, or I'm sorry, triumph over many, many tragedies. So check it out. Hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button while you're in the room, and please come back. I'm only here on Friday nights, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. So with that, I'm gonna try to go ahead and get this show started. And I think I've forgotten the spelling of this woman's name a second time. Kelly Steele. Kelly Steele. Kelly Steele. And we also got to talk about, I just go through with iron. You just got through ironing your clothes. You're gone for the weekend. All right, Michelle. I see you keeping up mess. Okay, do I look pale on your side or do I actually look brown? Because I look like white over here. Do I look brown on your side? Please let me know. I don't believe that for 1 minute that you over there ironing your husband's clothes, Michelle. Do not come on my YouTube page lying on a Friday night. She says she is the new Kelly Steele. We got to talk about Michelle's favorite man. She thinks he's so attractive, Mr. Gosh, can't even think of his name right now. Shannon Sharp, who's gotten himself into so much trouble with the YT young girls. I'm not understanding why this 56-year-old man has even bothering to mess with these 19-year-old girls, but we're definitely going to discuss it. All right. And Shannon Sharp. Let me get my YouTube show up, and we're gonna get started. You're not gonna just be listening to me, folks. So please give me just a second. My room will be full of people in just a moment. Shannon Sharp. All right, time to go live. Let me set my background. There we go. Come on, iCloud. Do not fail me tonight. And it's failing. Oh, no, that's too big. Welcome to the comeback zone. I knew it was going to do that. Cool. That's my face. They're just going to have to deal with it because I don't have time to go back and pull another picture. Ugh, this dog smells like pee. I hate when it's raining outside. The dog smells so bad when they have to come out from being wet. All right, who's the other person in the room? I know Michelle's here. Who's my other special guest? I want to shout you out. Let me know that you're here. We're about to go live on TikTok, so there are going to be a bunch of voices. It's not going to. You're not just here with me tonight, okay? That's the way we do it, or that's the way I am doing it. Let me make sure I have everything I need so they won't kick me off of YouTube or TikTok rather. Age appropriate. You guys don't have any idea how many buttons that have to be pressed before I can actually just hit the button and start talking. It's ridiculous. All right, gifts. Let's set them up. Maybe somebody will be nice and bless me tonight. Where are the gifts? Okay. I need some hats. Give me 10 because I definitely need a touch up. All right. Are we good? Are we good? Is that everything? I think so. And we're live in 5, 4, 1. Why don't I see myself? That is not good. What the heck is going on? I don't see myself. We're going to have to. I don't see myself, Michelle. What's going on? Hold on. I'm going to have to end this live because I do not see myself. And I don't know why. What in the world? That was the strangest attempt at going live I have ever had. Why can't I? Hold on, folks. We're having technical difficulties tonight. What the heck? I may have to turn this phone off and turn it back on. I can't. I hit the live button and I don't see myself. I mean, how is that? How is it possible to have a live show and no face? That's not cool. All right, we're gonna just turn this off and turn it back on. Sorry, folks, we're having technical difficulties. It does happen from time to time, especially with a phone as old as mine. It is old, faithful, and dependable, but I think it's on its last leg. At some point, I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and just get another one. But until then, we're just gonna bear with it. Give me just a moment, folks, because I was already set to go, but I could not see myself on the screen, so something clearly wasn't right. Oh Lord, how unprofessional. We're gonna get it together at some point. We're gonna get it together. I don't really wanna go. All right, we got a couple of people in the room. Please let me know who you are so I can shout you out. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the support. And let me make sure I haven't missed an update because my live is not working. App Store. And I'm cooking dinner at the same time. You talk about a man that be multitasking. I hope I don't burn up my beef tips. I think I must have missed an update because that has never done that before. Nope, it's fine.
They can't garnish your wages if you're a student. A student who is taking.
Shoot, I'm about to become a student again. Y'all are tripping. This is so strange. Find a well lit area. I don't need a well lit area. What I need is for you guys to. Let's just turn it off. Oh, maybe the camera was flipped the wrong way. Well, where's my. Okay. I think my camera was flipped the wrong way. Look, I'm old. Leave me alone. I feel so judged right now. Oh Lord, I can't. This is too many. This is too much. It's too much. This is too much. All right. This is too much to keep up with. Too much to remember. Oh, that was funny. Do not judge me, people. I'm old. I'm trying to get it together. Your mamas. Welcome to the convict zone. All right. We're going to try this one more again. All right. So I got myself there and enhance. Yeah, I think that's what was wrong. I do believe that I kind of was, you know, having a little senior moment. All right. Looked like they left everything up for me because even TikTok realized that I'm the slow one tonight. Okay, the lighting is looking great. We are ready to go. All right, folks, without further ado, we're going to attempt this thing one more again. I can't play any music because, well, I guess I could. I'm not monetized on YouTube quite yet, but we're fine. I'm enough. I'm enough. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Friday night. It's Marquise, and Friday nights is the place to be. There's nobody that can do this thing quite like me. Come on in the room and get comfortable. We got a lot to cover tonight. Tonight we will be discussing Mr. Shannon Sharp if there's time, but we have unfinished business. Tonight we are going to be discussing the Steels that are still together. This is Kelly Steele and Mr. Reginald Steele. If you do not know, also, if you want to know what I'm going to be talking about each and every Friday night, all you got to do is to follow me on YouTube or TikTok. I make a dedicated video for each and every subject that we're going to be discussing. So come on in, make some friends, share me out, and most importantly, let's get the tap in that screen. I'm live on YouTube right now and on TikTok. So if you see me looking up or down, it's because I'm acknowledging both the audiences. So subscribe to me over on the YouTube side. Same username, Faith and Bishop 2. You do not even have to remember it. You can go to the top of my TikTok page and hit the link. It'll take you over to my YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button over there, and we can be friends over there. We don't know how much longer this app is going to last, so I want you to go ahead and get comfortable over there, just in case this beautiful place goes away. In the meantime, I'm going to be broadcasting from both places I am right now. How you all doing in YouTube land? I'm still trying to work this camera thing out, so we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty, which we're gonna get that together. But in any event, we got a lot to cover, so come on in and get ready, get ready, get ready. We talk about any and everything on my page, and tonight, this very layered topic is where we're going to be heading. So come on in. Let me know you're here. Michael Burns, good to see you, my friend. I'm going to shout a few of you all out, and the show will begin as soon as we hit that magical 10K, which will put us on the FYP. So let's get the tap in that screen. Also, let me go ahead and start sharing this thing out. I don't like you guys to do anything that I don't do myself. I know Michelle is already in the building. Let's find Miss TT Breezy, Just Me 79, Miss Sunshine, Tony Tiger Punk, that's my good friend, Miss Africa, Jessica, Tina, I see you on TikTok, but you're not in my room. So where you at? Miss Lavender. Let me get my people. Let me get my regulars in here. Miss Fat, how you doing? How you doing? Okay. I think that's a fair start. Where's old Becky? I hadn't seen her in a while either. All right. Share it on out. We are live. We're live. All right. All right. All right. Hello. Hello, my YouTube folks. How y'all doing tonight? Come on in the room. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. All right. I hope you guys can hear me okay. I got like 50 wires hanging so I can be in both places at the same time. So hope everything sounds good, and we'll be ready to roll as soon as we get the tap in that screen. We got 4 people in the room, and you guys are not doing anything. Can we get the tap in that screen, folks? Let's move that thing on up to that 10K mark so we can get the show started. There we go. Thank you all. I need you guys to help me out. Miss Fat, how you doing tonight? My boxes will be open as soon as we hit that 10K mark. Only takes a little bit of pressure. Pressure. All right, let's get those fingers moving, folks. That's the only thing I ask you guys to do. Gifts are very much appreciated, but you will never get me to beg for them. But I will beg you guys to tap that screen because, hey, it lets the algorithm know that there's some good things going on. There's some great conversation, and so that more people can discover us and be a part of this conversation that is open to only my friends. So once my boxes are open, if you're not part of my TikTok family, my mom is always in the chat and she says I can't talk to strangers. So you have to hit that button and become part of my TikTok family, and then you're more than welcome to join the conversations. There are only a few rules in my room. When you're in my room, I need you guys to not curse. And if I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking at the YouTube page. There's no cursing. That's here or in the boxes. We to try to be respectful. Again, you're free to attack somebody's opinion, but do not attack a person. I know that's a little bit hard for you guys to understand, but it's a very simple concept. You can disagree without disrespect, and we try to practice that each and every Friday night. So if you all can do those couple of things for me, we all can have a wonderful time, and we can leave here with more information than we came here with. My goal each and every week is to educate, enlighten, and above all else, entertain. So that's what we plan on doing. Funeral, what the elf? Why are you cursing? I just said there is no cursing. Funeral, what's wrong with you? Get it together. I got my the YouTube people are coming in and cussing already. Unsolicited. That's ridiculous. Come on, let's be respectful. If you elf God, oh wow, okay. Well, if you feel that way, I'll be praying for you. Listen, I will never, and I do mean never, attempt to save somebody that doesn't want to be saved. Okay? So if it's F God for you, that is between you and your non God. I'm sorry, my end. Me, that's not a word that I use or a word that I uh, subscribe to. So my name is Marquise. You can call me Marquise. You can call me Faith and Bishop. You can call me Bishop. You can call me anything but my end, because we're clearly not that. Are you just here to troll? I mean, I'm open to having any kind of conversation, but you're gonna be respectful here on YouTube, just as my people on TikTok are respectful. So don't come here with it, okay? I'm a Christian. That doesn't mean I'm weak. I will come for you, and I'm going to come for you in a way that's memorable. All right, folks, here we go. They starting strong. We're up to almost 1,000 likes with only 5 people in the room. TikTok is hiding me on the FYP, but we're gonna change that once we hit that 10K mark. They have no choice but to push me out. So that's why I need you guys to hit that button and share me out as well. All right, we're only gonna be here until midnight. I say that every time, and before I know it, it's 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. But we're not gonna do that again tonight. I love you, my end. I love Jesus. I have 10 wives because of him. Funeral, okay, that is very weird. Why can't I see you in TikTok? I don't know. Why can't you see me on TikTok, Mayweather? Thor, what you mean you can't see me on TikTok? Miss Fat is on my TikTok right now. Can everybody see me? Thor is on the YouTube page and he says he cannot see me. Miss Fat, can you see me? Can you see me now? Miss Fat says she can see me. Thor, I think that's a phone problem, sir. 10 kilos a day tapping. Okay, yeah. The people on TikTok, they're saying that they can see me just fine, Thor. I think that's a you problem. But you can hang out over here. It's fine. your icon is not telling me you're live. Oh yeah, I think TikTok is hiding me. Yeah, because I went live here first, but I've only been live there for just a few minutes, and they have a tendency to hide me. So yeah, that's probably why the room isn't lit up. It's because they're not pushing me out on the page. I'm hoping once we hit that 10K mark, they'll start pushing me out, because I've never opened a show with 5, 6 people. So they're playing games. They're playing games, but we're gonna do what we got to do. Let's keep tapping that screen. Are you on the Bubba's OG? I don't know what that even means. Funeral. Can you speak English, sir? Hold up, I'm a sir. Okay, no problem, Thor. They say they can't even find me on this app. This is terrible. People, why are they mistreating me? As much work and content as I give these people, they mistreat me on a regular basis. I will not tell one lie, but I don't do it for for anything more than the love of creation and for the love of people. So it bothers me a little bit, but not enough to stop. So it's all good. Thank you all. We're at almost 2,000 taps. Let's get it on up to that 10K mark so that we can get out on the FYP so that they will at least alert people that I'm live. That my main people are on TikTok on YouTube right now saying that they can't even tell that I'm live over here. They don't do other creators like this, and you know what I mean by that. There you go, Thor. I see you. So you actually have to search for me, Thor. That's terrible. You see how they treat me? I need to just start doing all my TikToks in black and white so they can't tell. Oh my gosh. Funeral, are you still here? Listen, Funeral. I don't mind trolls. Trolls don't bother me at all. They actually help me out in the algorithm. So, anything you say to me is not going to bother me. So just troll away. I'll look down at you and acknowledge some of your comments from time to time. It's all good. All right. 2K with 10 people in the room. It looks like we're making a little bit of a wave. Let's see if we can keep on pushing it on up. Let me continue to share myself out since TikTok doesn't want the world this app. Oh, I can't say that either. Since Big Brother doesn't want people to know that I'm live, I got to let them know that I'm live. This is sad. All right. It's all right. It's all right. All right. Oh, somebody said I could just hit copy link and it's supposed to send it to everybody. I don't know how true that is. We're going to try it though. All right. Almost 3,000 taps. I thank you all for tapping that screen. My boxes will open for the conversation as soon as we hit that 10K mark so I can get on the FYP so that people will know that I'm still alive. And I do want to take the time to apologize to you all. I was supposed to go live here on YouTube on Wednesday to discuss a movie. I cannot even think of the name of it right now. It's the movie where the YT kid or the black kid is accused of unaliving the YT boy. Is very similar to the Carmelo Anthony case. I've watched the movie twice. We were supposed to go live on Wednesday to discuss it, but I got ill and I never get sick. So when I get ill, it's the end of the world. You can ask my wife about that. I thought it was over for me. I was having these chest pain. I just assumed that I was having a heart attack and that I was not going to make it. I had some intestinal issues going on, not to be so graphic, and it lasted for about 2 days. I had to call my sister to tell her to help to see about my babies if I didn't make it. Turns out that I had gas and like a real some virus that my son brought home from daycare and passed it around the house. My wife had it first, and she was vomiting, and I told her that, hey, it ain't my baby. So she got over it, and then my daughter got it. And I'm like, "What's going on?" And then she got cleared up, and then my son started, and then no, it was my son, my wife, my daughter. I thought I was going to escape, and then I came down with it on Wednesday, and I didn't have any energy to do anything but go sit on the throne. I hope you guys know what that means. So that's why I wasn't on live on YouTube, but we'll do a makeup pop-up show so we can start doing those movie reviews as promised, and that's going to be the first movie. I cannot think of the name of it right now. I'm having brain fog. I apologize. All right, all right, all right, all right. We're up to 3.4 thousand taps. Let's move it on up to that 10K mark. I know that's a lot to ask of you all, especially with the few people that TikTok are alerting. But once we get to the 10K mark, it will send some more people out send some more people over here for us to enjoy. I'm going to go ahead and set the boxes up, and once we get to that mark, then we'll get the show started. Okay. Can I get a what is going on? Okay. I don't know what's going on. My boxes are not up here. Hey, Fat, are you working tonight?
Yes, I am.
Ah.
My thumb hurt.
I'm sorry, I'm having to put you all to work tonight.
Oh, Lord. How you doing tonight?
I am doing good. You already know this is the main subject of the night. We may touch on yeah, we may touch on the Shannon Sharp fiasco, but I think this is going to take the entire night because it's so much to unpack.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
I just want to say this. I pray to God I'll never be a lady like her. And she's so beautiful.
Isn't
So
she beautiful?
to be just treated like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't wait.
The
I can't wait.
the self esteem was just in hell. It just none. Just none. It just
And then he gonna say, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna start. And then he gonna say, oh, you wasn't my type at first.
not my type. I like them 5'2", 125. You 5'6", 5'6", 175, and you're not even the right color. Oh yeah. Oh, that's it was ridiculous. So you already know.
And that's why I say it. I don't want to keep talking about it, but I was in her spot. I was in her spot a long time ago. So that's why I just can't wait. I just can't wait.
Oh, get ready, get ready, get ready. Oh yeah, well, that's where we're. Well, Thor is saying that they're not even throwing me out on the FYP at this time, so nobody even knows I'm live. Was the red ring on me to let you know that I was live? Because he said he was just on the YouTube side and he couldn't even find me. So I don't yeah, they're tripping on me tonight. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty bad, friend. They mistreat me. They're not even giving me the right settings. Thor.
Yeah, I had to literally type your name in.
You see how they treat me.
See, he was on my. I was scrolling. I was like, oh, he don't lie.
Nope, they mistreat me. They mistreat me bad. Thor, you're not lying. It happens to me a lot. That's why that number is so low. I'm surprised Fat even found me because yeah, they do it to me a lot. Yeah, a whole lot. All right, folks, we're up to 5K. Let's see, we're moving on up to that 10K mark. Look, we gotta do it. Thank you so much for that gift. Hey, that helps too. They see money being exchanged. They send some people my way. Let me start throwing a few coins here and there. It's so sad that you have to play these games.
All right, we have fake argument.
That's it. Let's just start screaming at each other. You know exactly how it goes. You start some drama, and they will send people right on in the room. It's so yeah. That's exactly how it goes. It's sad but true. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the room moving a little bit. All right, Leisha, how you doing? How you doing?
I'm good.
So are you working tonight? Are you free?
Oh no, I'm at home.
Oh, good.
I just got
out of what kind of practice?
Basketball practice.
Oh yeah, you're a coach. Yeah. How's that going?
It's good.
Okay. Kinda good.
Yeah.
Okay. It's you coach for the girls team, isn't that right?
No.
Why did I come up with that?
So both boys and girls can play, but
okay,
it's just boys right now.
Okay. I didn't know they had co-ed basketball teams. That's different. Okay. Look at me. Don't know nothing. Michelle, welcome to the conversation. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Oh, we got a lot to unpack tonight. I saw you playing games on my YouTube page, talking about something. She just got through ironing her husband clothes for the weekend. Michelle,
this is why I came on here.
Why?
Not look straight on YouTube. Quit looking up. If you look straight, we can see you.
What you mean if I look straight?
Just like you're doing now. Quit looking up.
This is where my phone is. If I look straight at YouTube, you're gonna see. Then I'm not looking at my TikTok.
So
I have two. There are two different cameras, and when I pull this camera up on top of my phone, then I'm looking down. You see?
Okay, that's good.
That looks ridiculous.
But it's look good on my end now. Go back down. what y'all talking about? It looks the same to me.
Oh no. I'm on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. But say it look good to her. Okay, Michelle, work it out.
Okay, go down.
What you mean go down?
You need to be tapping. You ain't tapping.
Okay, go. So bring the camera down.
Yes. Okay, now go. Now, right there.
You
Up a little bit more.
there? That looks because this is where my face is.
Okay, yeah, that's what we see at first. We don't see all of your face, so you need to go down a little bit.
Is that better?
Okay, that's it.
Okay, we're gonna work it out. I'm trying my best to get it so it doesn't look crazy.
Yeah, we only see half of your face.
Okay.
Okay, now we see all of your face. It's straight down.
But I'm not looking at you all.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at
Yes,
this.
you are.
This is looking at you.
You're focusing on two different screens. So when you look down, you're looking at YouTube. When you look up, you're looking at TikTok.
Right.
Yeah, but if you look straight with your look now. Okay, you don't constantly have to keep doing both of them. Just talk.
But you're looking up my nose.
No, now we are.
That's because that's where you told me to put the camera.
Yes, because we only see half of your face.
This is not what... You got these people looking up my nostrils. That does not look cool. All right.
Okay, now we only see half of your face.
Hold on.
Get two tripods and put them both side by side. That way you can just look one.
Okay, that'll work.
How about that?
Okay.
But I'm still not looking at the camera. You said get two tripods. Now, okay, now you ask me. You know how much equipment I've been buying, Lord. Who is gonna help invest in some of this equipment? Hold on. I'm gonna. I appreciate that, friend. Hold on. I'm trying to get it together.
You can get you a tripod from TikTok.
I have been. I told you all that my daughter threw away a $500 camera. $500. It never left the box. It was an accident. My job I got it as a gift at my job, and I was so excited about it. So I went to I bought the laptop for YouTube. I got and I bought the mic. And I was like, okay, cool. I don't have to buy the camera. I can get this. I'm getting this as a gift. Got the camera. She called herself helping me clean up the office. And she cleaned up the office and she thought she didn't look in the box and threw the whole box in the trash. So it never left the box. It's at somebody's landfill now. It was pretty bad.
That $500 coming out her graduation.
Right. I was so mad, man. I was boiling mad for like 3 days. I told her just not to speak to me. I was just that mad. It was an accident, though. I've gotten over it. I mean, she survived. Yeah. She didn't try. She didn't mean it. See,
leave the camera alone.
I'm trying to find a space that's happy for everybody. But practice makes perfect, Michelle. Shut up.
Okay.
Hold on. How about right? Wait a minute. I think I might have got some. Oh no, that's the ceiling. Hold on, folks. I'm trying to. Rig is the word that we call it. Does that look is that that's almost okay, right?
Don't mess with it no more.
Hold on. You see how she talked to me?
Stop touching it.
I'm trying to get it.
Just tell it.
How does that look?
Don't touch it no more.
Does that look better?
He said don't touch it no more.
That's what she said. That's what she said. Okay, am I looking at? Because I can't tell. Am I looking at you now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it. Okay, cool. Like I said, practice makes perfect. I'm getting a little bit better each and every
I
time.
know.
All right, we're at 9.7 thousand
Yeah.
taps with only 8 people in the room. I appreciate that. 200 more taps, and we're gonna get this thing rocking and rolling. Are we gonna spend any time on Shannon Sharp, or are we just gonna go and jump into the real topic?
That's, mm,
I'm ready. I'm ready to get here because we got a lot. We got a whole
I mean,
lot.
I can go ahead and talk about the first one because I'm still at work because I really want to talk.
Fat, you just want me to waste time till you get off?
Yeah, that's it.
How much longer do you have to work?
Oh, to 10 o'clock.
What is
It's
that? For
not.
you want me to spend 45 minutes talking about a
You can do
purse?
it. You can do it.
Oh,
You can
I
do
don't
it.
even know if I have a.
You said a bird?
Right. Oh, Thor, you not finna tell me you finna defend.
You
Oh
can.
Lord, he gonna
No,
defend it.
no, no. I said perm,
No,
like
no.
perm.
ERV.
Uh,
Hold on. I don't even know if I saved a picture of Shannon Sharp. I did, but it's the one with him and I'm gonna have to use it.
Mm.
It's the one
There
with
you go,
him and
10.
Miss Nelda.
You got it. 10,000 likes. You better go
Thank
ahead
you
and.
all. I appreciate it. We are. I really wasn't trying to be funny, but I didn't save the correct picture. They do kind of look alike though. They
They
really
do.
do. They actually favor. Michelle thought he was thinks he's so handsome, but I told her he looks like Miss Nelda without the wig.
No, for real. He is a handsome man. He is a handsome man. He is a handsome man. But
Okay.
right here, it's not giving. It's not rest. Yeah, it's not helping this
He
case.
don't look like he don't look like he related to Miss Nelda.
Yeah, he do. He
They
look
look
like he could be. Yeah,
they look
yeah,
related. That's all I'm saying. They look
yeah.
very much related.
I feel like if you let her put some clothes on and dress very handsome, she
She would look like him. She would look like him.
look handsome. She look
She
handsome.
would look like she would look like. All right, since Miss Fat needs me to waste 45 minutes of y'all's show, we're gonna get
Please.
started. We're gonna get started and see how far we can go with Mr. Shannon Sharp. All right, for those of you who do not know, Shannon Sharp is being sued not by one but by two accusers at this point of SA. The first is Miss Gabrielle, who, if you guys have been watching, is 19 years old. There's been 44 pages of text messages that have been leaked, along with audio recordings of their various activities. And now Michelle, and everybody's thinking this is Michelle from the Instagram leaked love session, who is now also coming forward and suing him for an additional $40 million in addition to the 50 million that Gabrielle is suing him for SA. That is where we are. Both these women actually have something in common, and we all know what it is. Monique tried to warn him about these type of women, but he just insists on continuing to play in the snow. So I don't know how this thing is going to go. So we're going to discuss this thing right away. Here are my thoughts. If you guys, if you've been watching my TikTok, then you already know how I feel about this. First of all, this guy's 56 years old. We'll just start with Gabby. We can deal with Gabby. We don't even have to visit with Michelle. Let's talk about Miss Gabby. Miss Gabby is 19 years old. He is 56. Shannon Sharp has children that are in their 30s. Legal and moral are two very very different things to me, and at this point I just think both or all of this is just wrong. He got just what he deserved. But I do kind of feel like it's a shakedown, but what do you expect from a 19-year-old S worker, because she does have an OnlyFans account. She is indeed an S worker. But he also, these text messages are so seems like he has a slave kink, uh, and a race play kink. He has lots of kinks. You know what I mean? She's also being accused. The accusations are wild and rampant. But I really want to just have the conversation, or at least start the conversation around age. Is age just a number? Because I feel like he is way too old to even be messing with this child. She is literally, or was literally, a teenager when he started pursuing her. He was 54 at the time. She was 19. My daughter is 16 years old. There's absolutely no way at 19 you're going to bring a 50 anything home. I won't even be 50 when my daughter's 19 years old. So what goes through the mind of a 54-year-old man to say, I want to deal with this 19-year-old girl? She was also charging him $25 a cheek. It's just, it's so much here to unpack. Thor, what are your thoughts around Shannon Sharp, this lawsuit, and him dating a girl that is 19 years old?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Can we wait? I'm
This
back.
this guy's never prepared. He's never ready.
No,
I throw him the
I'm
ball.
trying to do something, sir.
I set you up every time and you fail me every time.
That means I don't go first. Learn from mistakes.
I see. It is a mistake every time. Michelle, what are your thoughts around your man messing with 19-year-old girls?
Um, 19 and he's 54. That's steep.
You mean is that not grooming though? To me, that is grooming. 19 and 50, but they're younger than your children.
But what make you think he grooming? She got her own fan page.
Well, she has an OnlyFans page now. I'm not sure how long she's had it, but
no, she's that's how they met.
No, they met in a gym. Let's not lie on them. They met at a gym.
I'm saying she's been a content creator since beforehand.
Okay. So we're okaying it because she has an OnlyFans account?
Nope, I'm not okaying it. But she have an OnlyFans account.
Are you saying but? So how is there a but? Either yes or no. 19 and 54.
It's a different. I mean, she got her own fan account and she's doing everything.
That is still a child. Y'all, you know that's still a child, Michelle.
So why she got her own fan account?
Right.
Say what?
Why she got
everybody that sub should be locked up if she's a kid.
Some young ladies like older men. D Diamond, come on up. I would love for you to come up and have that conversation with me. 19, this guy is old enough to be her grandfather, not just her daddy. Grandfather. And he's talking about how he gonna choke her out.
You like that stuff?
You don't know. We don't know that. She's saying that he raped her in the shooter. I mean, I'm sorry, raped her in the shooter on multiple occasions.
Have you not seen the text messages?
I did. I saw those text messages where he and I heard the audio where he also said he was gonna yoke her up the next time he saw her.
See, I seen the meme about that, but I'm not gonna get into it. Don't ask for it in private, but then act different when I do it in public.
He said that. He said I might do it in public. Big black man and white tea woman. What is up with him? What is up with him in this race thing? He just really he doesn't like. I don't think he likes being black. What is up with the race thing?
I don't think.
What is up with the race play? I need to understand the race play.
I don't think that he don't like being black. I just think
he said that if you ever catch him with a black woman, it's because he's holding her until the police get there. That's what he said.
Oh.
That's what your man said, Michelle. Oh, come on, defend it, friend. Come on up and defend it.
Okay, but in the same scenario,
Hello, Miss Diamond. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you
I'm
doing?
doing well, doing well. We got a lot to cover. This is not my main subject of the night. We're going to be talking at length on the Steels, Kelly Steele and Reginald Steele. I hope you're familiar with that fiasco of a podcast. That's what we're going to be talking
Oh
about.
my goodness, yes.
Oh yeah, I did a video. I've done a couple of videos on it, so you already know we're gonna spend the bulk of the show on that. This is just the warm up, friends. So hey, save all your real energy and fire for that portion of the show. This is lightweight. You know what I'm saying? We just warming up the people. We're gonna get to the real business because this is. But I want your thoughts around this madness with this 19 and 54.
Honestly, and this is me personally, she knew exactly what she was doing.
Oh yeah, I do feel it's a shakedown, friend. I'm not saying that.
And I believe he knew exactly what he was doing too. He is a closet freak. And I'm telling you this because I've been around men when I was 19 years old
Okay.
and 20. I've been around men, and this is the reason I can speak on it, that were that age. And they feel some type of empowerment being with younger women, and they feel like they're like a, what do you call it, like a daddy complex kind of thing, that they want to be able to do and tell you what they want and do these things to you, or and it's something, it's weird, but that's just his fetish. That's just what he does.
Is that not grooming though? To me, that's
Absolutely
grooming.
it is. If he was going to be, if that's the type of woman that he wants to be with, that's the type that he's going to have, regardless. He is into that. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. He is the closet one that nobody would, you would never think that he would be with going around here with this public view or, persona on the outside, that he would actually be with a 19-year-old young lady.
No, I mean it doesn't come as a surprise because he said he's stated many times that
he just didn't, he just got caught.
Yeah, he talked about liking young ones.
Yeah,
he talked, but not as 19.
That's what he meant, I think, when he said that in the past. But okay, because the thing is that so they asked him what was the perfect age range.
Mm-hmm.
He said half his age.
Correct.
And half his age is not. How old is he again?
50.
No, it's a formula, Thor. It's like half. No, I know. Yeah. Go ahead, finish it then. No, but that's what I was saying. Like he said, half his age plus 7. So when they asked him like what age range would he date, he said half his age plus 7. But you know why he said that? Remember the context though. That's because he was getting a little frisky with.
No problem, Monique. Thank you.
The girl that messed with Diddy. He was getting frisky with her during an interview. So she remember that was what Kiki.
Hey Mo, how you doing?
Who's that? One of the city girls. Yes. Her name, yeah. He was getting so frisky with her. The girl was so uncomfortable, and then he told her the formula for the age thing.
See, Lord, see this.
I think it was the interview with him and Keke Palmer. It was that girl. It wasn't Keke Palmer. It was with the city girl because she was like, oh, okay. She's 30. It was the way how she was just looking. It was like she did feel uncomfortable. This is the way I was gonna say is the reason why this man don't like black women because I feel like he can't do things to black women what he can do with the white teen lady. So that's why I feel like he don't deal with them, especially when they're young. Right. But he is growing. He is growing what he likes. So that's what I really want to say that. But I didn't know he didn't like black women. I didn't know that. That was my first time hearing this. I don't want to take over D Diamonds. You gave her the opportunity.
You go ahead, D.
You're good. I'm just saying I want to make sure she's finished.
Understand it becomes jump rope in here real quick, Miss D. So you gotta speak because we don't quiet down. You got to jump in and swing, friend.
No, I just find it interesting. No, she go ahead by all means. I was just thinking the same. Like he just wants that type because I feel he feels intimidated by an older woman. I don't think that if he was with an older woman, they would let him do things that you know he did to this young lady.
But he got enough money to get any woman to do anything he want. Now I don't think that's the case at all. I think it is you're a groomer. I sit him right next to R. Kelly when it comes down to
Call
it.
it like it is.
I sit you right next to R. Kelly, and if they lower that age down to 17 or 16, I believe he'd start dating them too.
That's what I said, Marquise.
Yeah, I believe that.
See, I want to make sure Diamond does.
I'm done, baby. Go ahead. Go.
I can't.
She's already ready. She's on fire.
I can't. Listen, I made a post about it. Didn't get very many likes. I felt like Marquise about certain posts, but this is the problem in our community.
Yeah.
When we say that a person has a type, that type tends to be a younger person, a person that has a body that is prepubescent.
Come on.
I've worked with enough heads, almost 20 years in the field, SA victims, 3 years old, all the way to adolescents, honey. When I tell you from a professional standpoint, he has so many markers of a deviant, it's ridiculous.
Come on now.
What us and we do is say, oh, and no disrespect, Miss Diamond, but listen, we say, oh, he just like that, girl. He had been weird, he been freaky like that all his life. That's just what he like. No, what he likes is something that is inexcusable. It's inappropriate, and we need to call that shit out. I don't care if she lied. I don't care about no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Mind you, there's a no cursing policy on my page, and she's been here forever. I don't know. It's the passion. We're gonna let you have it out. Go ahead.
Listen, I've been in all those lives about Carmelo that I got that spirit. But listen, I've been going in so many comments, and I don't care if people respond to me. I don't care if they blow up the comment that I made, because somebody's got to stand up for the children.
Absolutely.
And that is a child.
Absolutely.
The brain, the frontal lobe is not fully developed to 25.
That's right.
And if we can't see it like that, let's dumb it down to parenthood.
What do you mean that's false? That's scientific.
Okay, we can go back to that, but let me cook, Thor. We can dumb it down to parenthood, okay? If a 54-year-old man pulled up to pick up your 19-year-old child,
come on,
and you know this man likes to have explicit smacks.
Come on.
You already know that about him. Would you be okay with it?
Come on now.
But what do? Sweep it under the rug. But you know what I'm so proud of? There's so many men on this app coming out and calling that crap out. They're making videos about it, and they're going straight to the point about they're not calling him just a freak. They're calling him what the hell he is, and that's a perp.
That's it. You're no different. I'm sorry. You're no different than R. Kelly. I'm sorry. Same thing.
I'm so proud of y'all for standing up as men.
Oh, it's just me, because Thor. It looks like Thor is ready to defend.
But you know what they do with us? I've heard a couple people say, "Oh, she's a woman and she probably has some triggers and some toxicity from her past." No, that ain't got nothing to do with it. What she was a person that worked in the field, and I know what they look like, and he's one of them. Period.
I'm sorry. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. There's just no way. Because where is the line? Go ahead, Thor. You say that the brain development is false. Where are you getting that information, sir? That's scientific.
Hold on. He snaps. I'm gonna have to hold on. Don't you go to the Googler? Don't you?
Africa, welcome to the conversation.
I'm gonna need you to look at the DSM, and I'm gonna need you to go to Psychology Today. Hold on, I got my tablet right here. I knew this was coming. Tablet right here. Okay,
here we go.
Is that like a website or something? Oh my God.
All right, Africa, welcome to the conversation. just open mouth laugh. Sometimes you got to, Miss Dime. Oh, I just lost this.
I gotta lighten up the room a little bit.
So I don't know if that's exactly what you do. You do something to the room, but I wouldn't call it lightening it up. We need a little controversy.
All I see is the list of therapists.
Oh my God. So you say it's not true, but you had no basis of saying it was not true. What we call people like that are contrarians, sir. What you're being right now is a contrarian.
No, she said don't go to Google.
Sir, you refuted you refuted what was a fact by simply saying it wasn't with no actual backing. You're just being a contrarian at this point. Do you know what a contrarian
I actually
is?
looked this up earlier.
Okay.
Google search history.
Marquise, I want to say this. You said that he was like R. Kelly. I would say no. He's not like R. Kelly because he's not dating teenage girls.
Hush! 19 is a teenager. Anytime you say teen, it's a teenager.
She is grown. She is grown.
19-year-old is grown, fat?
No, it's not grown, but she is old enough to see.
Thank you, Patriots.
Older man. So I would say no. He is not like R. Kelly. Now, if a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old came out and said the same thing that he is doing to them, then of course then he's R. Kelly. But he's not.
But Fat, if you go somewhere and you order 2 rack of ribs, I'm gonna think the next time we go to the burger place, you might get 6 burgers. It's one and the same. It's not that far of a reach.
Okay, Ms. D,
if a person overeats, they overeat all the time.
Ms. D, can I ask you a question for this girl? Because she buys cigarettes. I love you too, because she buys cigarettes.
Huh?
Say what?
She buys cigarettes.
Can she drink?
Can
she buy liquor?
No.
She can't even get in a club and drink.
Can she rent a car?
She can't rent a car.
Not you doing this to me.
Okay.
No, hold
on. So here's my question.
That's the point. This man has lived an entire life. He has an entire life of experience. This man got children. This man has lived 30-some years before she was even conceived. That is a whole lot of experience to put on a 19-year-old child.
But who else better to grow?
Y'all saying can she rent cars, buy cigarettes, drink, and stuff like that? Can she go to war?
Yes, she can.
Yes.
And baby's been going to war, wrongfully going to war for decades, because that's your America.
And this is why I was saying that she could buy a cigarette because she is grown, well, not grown, but she is old enough to deal with this man. That's why I'm saying he's not R. Kelly.
My daughter is 16. My daughter, there's no way. My daughter's never even had a boyfriend. So you mean to tell me that in 3 years she's prepared to date somebody that's almost 60?
If that's not her choice,
that doesn't make sense.
But I'm saying by her choice, she wanted to deal with this man of his crazy idea in the bedroom. She consent to it, so he cannot get arrested of them doing the crazy things.
Are y'all excusing this because this man has money? Because I feel like this would be a totally different conversation if this man didn't have money.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, hold
on. Monique, please come on up. You're more than welcome.
I'll say it this way.
Huh?
Is it wrong? Yes.
Legally?
No.
We're not saying we're talking morals. We're not talking about legality. No. Of course it's legal. That's why he's doing it. It doesn't make it okay. Hey Monique, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. I need somebody to come up and help me because I don't know what's going on with these people.
You're comparing him to R. Kelly, and R. Kelly.
I am comparing him to R. Kelly.
No, he did not.
You can't compare him to R. Kelly.
Yes, I can too.
No, hold on. Want to tell you how I know you can't compare
yes, I can.
Go ahead. Come on, Tom. Go ahead.
The reason why you can't compare him to R. Kelly is because the parents actually gave them to R. Kelly. Well, yeah, gave them to R. Kelly. They were minors.
Minors.
At the time. Minors. That means below the age of consent.
Below.
Hold on. Now, if they were like, say the age of consent was 16, and even if they did consent to it, it's still wrong. Yes, I'm agreeing with you, but legally, they can't do anything because the age of consent might be 16, some are 17, in some states it's 18.
Okay, you lost me on that part.
Thank you, Coach. And not all the parents gave their kids to R. Kelly, so that's not every parent agreed to that. Moniece, welcome to the conversation. Please, no, they didn't. Come on, I'm so happy to see you because I need somebody to help me swing on these folks. Please come in and please come in and help me.
Hey, Marquise.
Hey,
Good to see you.
good to see you.
So listen, when we were talking about like the R. Kelly, not being the same as him. What if you look it up? One of the reasons why a lot of states actually moved to 17, 18, 17, 18, and 19 for consent was because you had sexual deviance of men that were going from 13 to 16.
Come on.
And so it was really to deter that level of sexual deviance where it allowed them some type of leeway with, quote, teens, but it pushed it closer to 20 and 21.
Come on.
However, if you can F a 19-year-old, you can F a 13-year-old. I'm sorry. That's how I see it. That's how I see it.
No.
It's not look like it. It don't sound good, do it? It don't.
Come on, Diamond. Correct.
You could join the military. I did at 18 years old.
Okay, military at 15.
Thank you. So I was in there by myself at 18 years old. So can I say this real quick? I'm from Chicago. I've seen R. Kelly in concert as an adult. My mother would never have let me go see him as a teenager, but I've seen R. Kelly in concert several times. I remember when he was here, and he was literally going to the high school well into his career. Still, you know what I mean? Still trying to pick up girls. But the reason why I'm speaking on this R. Kelly thing with what's his name, Shay,
yeah.
I'm saying this because I have a couple coworkers, right, that were taking up for R. Kelly the way that Miss Fat is and saying like, well, it's not the same thing.
I know. Wait.
Let her cook, man.
I'm not finished. No, wait, hold on. Because I think you.
Well, I'll say, let me say this. Speaking on it in the same way. Let me say this.
No. I'm not agreeing with R. Kelly what he did. I'm happy that he's locked up. I'm just saying this man is not R. Kelly. That's what I'm just saying. So I'm not saying R. Kelly is in the right or everything. No, never that. You should have heard what I said. I said he's not. You cannot compare him to R. Kelly.
Yes, I can.
He was messing with the minors. That's what I said. So that's clear.
R. Kelly got some of his quote girlfriends at 18 and 19.
Come on.
So you remember when he was being interviewed?
That's the problem. Some.
Meaning that he was open to
got arrested because he was messing with a minor. He peed on a minor.
We're not talking about why he got arrested. We're talking
We're talking about the mentality.
Right. We're talking about the mindset.
Come on, Monique. We're talking about the mindset.
Right. That's exactly what we're speaking on. And I remember one of my coworkers was saying the same way that you are. And I have a 6-year-old daughter, and I remember saying,
facts, Coach.
Okay, so she doesn't have any children. The coworker doesn't have any children, and I remember saying, so if you think this way, how would you feel? Because she was saying certain things like, well, those girls knew what they were doing, and you got 18, 19-year-olds, they knew what they were doing, they were grown, they were able to consent. And I told her, I said, okay, well, if you had a teenager that literally was open to talking to a 50-something-year-old, however old he was, how would you feel about that? Would you be saying the same thing? Later down the line, I ended up finding out her background, and oftentimes, and this is not putting this on you, but oftentimes when I hear women speak like that, a lot of times they have had a background where they dated or messed with a man that was way older than them.
How people come in here and they're not hear the whole thing.
I heard when you started talking.
No, but that's the problem. When I first came up here, I said that I didn't like what he was doing, but Marquise said, "Oh, he just like R. Kelly," and I said, "No, you can't compare him with him like R. Kelly because he was messing with the minors." Nah, that's the only thing I said about this man. I never said what he was doing is correct. I just said you cannot compare him, but you cannot. But that's what I'm talking.
Portfolio of girls.
That's what I was telling about Marquise, because you can't say this man right here was messing with a minor because we don't have no proof. You got proof that R. Kelly was messing with minors. That's what I was just saying. So the fact that you came up here, that's why I said I love when people didn't hear the whole story that go based off some of the parts. So that's cool. That's
I heard when he said the minor thing, and I heard what you said.
No, but you didn't hear the beginning. That's what I'm saying. You wasn't here for the beginning. But go ahead. I'm so sorry.
I'm just saying. You're saying about some of the girls that he messed with were 16 and under, or 13 or whatever, or 12. And you're saying that because of that alone, he's not like R. Kelly. He is like R. Kelly. He was messing with a 19-year-old girl. R. Kelly had 2 girlfriends. One was what? When he first started messing with them,
come on now.
They were teenagers.
They were teenagers. Correct.
So they were it's the same mentality. And so my thing is, when you see this, you want her to do this.
Thank you. There you go, Vision. Good to see you.
It's sick. And it is the same mindset.
It's the same mindset
that he would have in common with her at all.
Period.
And somebody else said this too about her body. That her body type is like literally
like a boy.
Yeah, and there's actually a word for that when they're attracted to that prepubescent look.
Yep.
There's a word for that.
Yeah.
And so with that, the attraction that he has to someone that you can look at and hear, and there's nothing different from her in look and her voice and even the way that she articulates herself.
Correct.
From a 12 or 13-year-old.
Correct.
Then his mindset is attracted to that.
Correct. Did you?
And that's just the truth. That's the same thing as R. Kelly.
Correct. It's the same thing. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that little girl talk?
R. Kelly was a little more. That's what I'm saying.
Did y'all hear that little girl speak? Did you hear her speech?
Yeah.
No. There was nothing. Correct.
I don't want you to choke.
I don't want you to choke me. Are you coming to LA?
Really?
Yes. There was nothing mature even in her tone. She sounded like a child.
Right. Before Coach goes, let me also say that, people have such a hard time understanding relationship essay, marital essay. It's like it blows their mind. The fact that people that are married actually will cross the line and perpetrate on their own spouse or intimate partner. It happens all the time. And so if we want to get into that part of it, because to me, the age is number one. That's top tier. But if we want to get into that part of was she lying, was she not, the sad part about it is if she had one night or 2 nights with this man where she told him, please, I do not want the A to the no.
Come on now.
If she said, I do not want this or that, no is a no.
Correct.
But because they're together, people are like, well, why did she go back? These are the same idiots that sit there and talk about DV and do not understand the cycle of abuse.
Come on.
But it's blowing my mind how people, it's about education. We need to understand how these things go down. And if that girl one night said, this is too much, I'm not down with this. Because like I said, I was telling my friends, if one of my friends did not hear the tape with Michelle, if y'all heard that tape, the aggression in that man's voice when he was in the act, it was total deviance. And I know, listen, I'm an adult. I'm a Sagittarius, baby. It's okay to get down and be friendly with your person.
Yeah.
But the deviancy in that man's voice on that tape and the way he was talking to that woman, and then fast forward, he's going to try to put a collar on this one and do what? Where? Yeah. Oh, okay.
And that's him. That's his character. That's what he's about. That man has been that way all the time. And that's what the people are misunderstanding. He has not wavered from what he is. I don't care what nobody says. He's been that way. Now, that 19-year-old, like I said again, you can sign papers at 18 to join the military. But that 19-year-old is trying to say, and she's had this voice, and I've heard the tape. Now, she's sounding as if, I don't want you to joke. That's a type of role play.
Yeah.
She knew what she was doing.
I didn't get that from that. I did. She knew what she was doing. Like I said, my ears are different. And when you say she knew what she was doing, what exactly do you mean by that?
Because she knew if she's going to be in that predicament, she could say no. She could not go. She don't have to go in there. Who drug her into being in that room with him? Who drug her into being in that situation?
I tell you who drug her in there? I'm gonna tell you who drug her in there. For all the victims of childhood SA, and when we get into these rooms, it's about 80% of the women that raise their hands and say they have a past with that. So what happens is if we are untreated, we grow up. And we become women who accept unhealthy, toxic relationships because of our past with being SA'd as children. Who drug her in that room is an untreated child that had some type of trauma to make her believe that being with that man is okay, is healthy, is functional, and is going to get her somewhere in life. That's who drug her in there. Her mindset, her immaturity, and her unresolved issues drug her in there. It wasn't just him. But he identified that just like a dog can sniff out fear.
Right.
Ooh, I like that.
He knew she was vulnerable, and he went after the vulnerable. Because he ain't coming after me or you. He's going after the vulnerable. He's going after the young. Exactly. Yeah. Fold for him. That's who drug her in there, was her past and her baggage and her damage.
Correct. Normal, healthy, functioning 19-year-olds are not S workers. it's just that's not a normal path. So that's just pretty much, we can pretty safely say that she's probably had some trauma in her past that led her down the road that she's on, but that's neither here nor there. What is that? The road map. Correct. But that's neither here nor there, because we can stop at the fact that she was 19 years old. We could just stop there. She's a child.
You know what, bro?
Yes.
Yeah. Regardless of if she had trauma in her past or not, if you notice the type of girls that predators target, it's never ever the rich napkin cover people. It's never ever the middle class, attorneys, doctors, so on and so forth. So these young girls see an opportunity. The guys know they have the money to control. They see I have a chance to come up. I'm speaking from somebody who has a nonprofit that deals with these young ladies who tell me about how y'all literally, no lie. I had a young lady found it that's in a part of one of my nonprofit groups, and I found out she had a OnlyFans page. This little girl is only 15 years old.
Oh.
Wow. Literally selling videos of her touching herself. And you're telling me she has no trauma in her background? No, I said even if. No, ma'am, that's not what I said. So follow me. I'm saying even if she don't have trauma, men can still speak out the vulnerable and the naive and take advantage of them with their money. But right now I'm telling a story about something totally different. So still in alignment. I'm on the treadmill, y'all. That's why I say I like this. But anyway, I'll get the workout in. So the young lady had an OnlyFans page and I found out about it. So when I talked to her, her reasoning was, my mama does not make enough money to buy us school clothes and shoes and supplies. So I said, lovingly, hugged her, cried with her, I'll buy it all. You don't have to do that. A lot of times when men know that, she was introduced to her by a man, by the way. He was pimping her. I left that part out. So when men, older guys see that, they take advantage of them young girls. They know better. Them young girls' minds, even at 18, ain't developed enough. Ask how many, when you went to college, did you understand your financial aid application?
Exactly.
Hell no. But you understood how to buy cigarettes, didn't you? You understood how your body worked, didn't you? Mm-hmm. So we're talking about somebody, Shannon Sharp, R. Kelly, all of them, very experienced. But they take advantage of these young girls because they know what to say. They know what to do. They know $40 to put a smile on their face. They're perpetrators.
All pale J's.
So the problem with that is, I have a 14-year-old daughter. And I'm telling you, they know not to come after them. See, she got enough in her mind to know, she's still a little girl. A lot of these girls have to grow up a little bit faster.
Come on.
Because they don't have the right upbringing. No fathers in the household. Mama gone out trying to do what she needs to do to make ends meet.
Come on.
Kids are home by themselves. Now they're exposed to the predators.
Come on.
So for me to hear somebody say, an 18 or 19-year-old, yeah, they're 18, 19, because all of us, can't nobody in this box say, when I was 18 or 19, I knew exactly what I was doing when it came to relationships. If you got somebody 19 and somebody 50, that right there is out of order, in my opinion.
It's out of order.
So, Coach, can I tell you, I commend you for having your nonprofit and the work that you do. I don't know if you were in here when I mentioned that I worked with children who were severely abused and neglected, mostly SA victims from 3 to adolescence for almost 20 years. 30 years of my career was dedicated to children. But I want to make clear for people that were listening to you that when you said socioeconomic has something to do with it, the reason the men perk, I want to say that both you and I have a combination of reasons, right? So the children that have this SA trauma, they're more drawn to that as teenagers, as young adults, right? But their socioeconomic definitely, it adds components to it. It makes it even more greater for them to be at risk to fall victim to this. So I think you and I both are saying the same thing, but we're putting levels to it, right? And that's what people need to understand when we talk about awareness. That whole thing, what you and I both said, is a recipe for disaster for these girls out here to be trapped, right? To be put in so many situations, even within their family units.
You are spot on, and I'm gonna say this thing, right?
Thank you,
so
Patrick.
many of you, y'all don't know me, but I've done some things in these 43 years of my life. Up and before COVID hit, I had concert promoted. So I have been one of the people who have booked R. Kelly and some of these artists. Y'all would be surprised at the amount of girls that would do anything for a Klondike bar to get that stage in the room. Now, I'm Mama Bear. I don't care who child you are. I see you young back there. You ain't got no pass. You got to get out. Right. I don't care who told you. What security guard said you can come back here? Well, whoever, get your away from back here. I'm not playing.
Where are you from, Coach?
I'm from Memphis.
Okay, I'm from Detroit. I'm 10 years older than you, and I absolutely am not shocked at what you're saying.
And so, y'all, they be lying up in the other shows that I ready to give it up. Yes, ma'am. But for me, when I notice it, get out. Because what you not gonna do is ruin my brand with this foolishness. Or if I can control saving a young lady, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
And you know who makes it worse? Absolutely. If they're already going to the spot and to the club with their mom and their aunties.
But listen, a lot of the mamas and aunties, what they ain't understanding is dropping the kids off at the concerts. They ain't buying tickets and going to see R. Kelly with their kids.
But girl, some of them is partying with them at home.
Oh, well, I'm saying for me, what I've seen personally.
You talking about the concerts?
Yeah. Right. When I see them backstage, don't no mamas be back there with them.
Does Smexy Red and them make it any better?
Say that again.
Does Smexy Red and them make it any better with what they promote?
Listen, Linda, mine ain't going.
So mine either.
But so many of them are though, and their mothers are buying the tickets because Smexy Red and all of them is telling them this is how you become a young woman, and this is your voyage into young womanhood is to be just as nasty as I am.
Oh yeah.
Well, see, I didn't get that from them. That's not what I get. I get that they do their thing, but I don't feel, in my opinion, that they trying to promote this what you need to do for me. And I guess because I don't really listen to their music.
Neither do I.
You gotta turn it on. You gotta put it on.
I don't listen to her either.
Okay.
But you know why I do? Because
before I speak on that.
Yeah, you gotta listen to it because it very much promotes everything and anything goes, and the nastier you are, the better you gonna pop it, drop it, and the more men you will attract and keep. Smexy Red is now, and I don't mean to change the trajectory. Marquise, I'll go back to the what's the name, but you know that girl is right now. She's out there and she's proudly saying that she's spreading TDs.
Oh, I don't really care about that.
Yes, and see that's what I'm saying. You got. I'm 53,
she was talking about her brand. She was talking about her brand, the brand that she has.
The lip gloss.
The lip gloss fact. I'm not talking about that. There was a conversation that they recorded with her and one of her exes, and he's questioning her on what she gave him, and she's kind of like, it ain't no big deal, but people are saying that she acts like that because this is her payback to the men. So she didn't deny that she gave it to him or any other of the men out there.
right? Oh, wow. And now I'm 53 years old. I'm 53 years old, but I stay up on this stuff on purpose because I have to work with the population. And I got nieces and nephews that are that age, and my son is that age. So I keep up with the stuff. And girl, she knowingly has things.
So are we saying? Are we? Hold on, wait a minute. So are we saying now that her being freely sensual is detrimental to society or detrimental to little girls?
What here's the thing when you think
because Lil Kim, well, I'm saying that because Lil Kim did the same thing. Foxy Brown did the exact same thing. My daughter didn't know either of them, and she don't know anything about Six Red because I am the parent. Because I mean, if she hears, she hears
her as an example because she's current. But you're right, we can go down.
So I mean, these are grown women doing grown women things. The way that sounds is as if you're trying to. These people are not trying to be role models for children. These are they make adult.
But they know who their crowd is. They know who they attract.
Whose fault is that?
You're absolutely right.
That's your mama and your dad's fault if you sitting there bending over and making it breathe for Sexy Red. My daughter has yet to do it, and she's 16. That's on the parents.
If you know that is your crowd and that's who is listening to you. No longer do you have the responsibility to set any type of example, is my point.
They're not responsible for your kids.
But you know that our kids look at them like that.
They're not responsible. Cardi B ain't responsible. Nicki Minaj ain't responsible. None of these people are responsible for your kids.
But you know what, Marquise? I think where you and I differ is that I'm a woman.
Maybe so. But I'm a father with a daughter. With a daughter and a son. and I raised my kids.
But Marquise, I'm still a woman that I remember.
My wife's a woman. I'm confused.
You and I are talking.
Sure.
Talking to your daughter or your wife, and what I'm saying is, I remember being vulnerable. And looking at the women that were coming before me and trying to emulate what they were doing.
So Lil Kim made you want to put a Sprite can in your mouth.
She made me think that was the thing to possibly.
But because that's where we were raised, and I was raised with a sister, and we heard that music, and my sister,
y'all had it worse off than me because I'm a '70s baby. Lil Kim, I'm older than her, so that wasn't my thing. Salt and Pepper them wasn't doing that. Cinderella and them wasn't doing that. Roxanne was not about that life. We had dignity back then. So I don't know coming up around all of that.
Do you really want me? Do you want me to pull some of the songs that y'all had out in the 70s?
I wasn't raised in.
I'm just saying, or even the 60s. Trash music has been around since the dawn of time.
I was a baby in the 70s.
Okay, well the point is, trash music has been on since the dawn of time.
Absolutely right, but that doesn't mean I have to co-sign on it, and I'm not.
Okay.
We all have a collective responsibility, is what I'm saying. As a culture, we have a collective.
My responsibility is to my family and my children. I'm not.
I work in human services, so my responsibility is the community. I have a responsibility to the community.
I don't have any control over how other people raise their kids.
See, and that's where our community falls off.
If you choose to let your children bend it over for Carteret, that's y'all business. They do it on TikTok or whatever. Cardi B, you know what I mean. Y'all do it on TikTok all the time, and it go viral each and every day. But guess what? My child ain't doing it. Mine ain't. I don't care what y'all do with y'all. Mine ain't doing it.
I believe in the village, and you're saying the village ain't your business.
No. I believe that every parent has the right to raise their children however they choose. You're not going to tell me how to raise mine, and I'm not going to tell you how to raise yours.
That's where the disconnect is. So in the village, as your neighbor, being older than you, I'm older than you, right? As your neighbor, if you knew that I was a stand-up person and you know my background and you know where I come from, am I not able to correct your child outside if they're about to run in the street?
I don't know that you are a stand-up neighbor because many of these neighbors were many of these neighbors were messing with these children. The problem I have with the village is that you guys try to romanticize this thing as if the peeping toms and the child molesters weren't next door.
I'm talking about the healthy village, Marcus.
Okay.
Of course, there's people in the village that wasn't living right, and they were the weirdos.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
But I'm talking about the big mamas that were safe, and you knew they were safe.
Okay, where are they now? They in the clubs
right
now. The big mamas in the clubs with the children.
I'm not in the club. I'm in the church, and I am becoming one of the big mamas that care about my community, and I still work in my community. Okay. So they're still here, and they're not ratchet, and they're not all
they're few and far between. And no, don't put your hands on my baby because I don't trust you.
The issue about it now is that there are so many parents that's not willing to work with, those that are upstanding in the community. Why you pointing over there? Point to yourself. I'm a millennial, so me and Marquise about the same age. I'm 39. I'll be 40. I'll be 40 in December.
I'm 40.
And I remember when I was a child that my mom started seeing it change. My mother is a 60s baby, so she's a baby boomer. She started seeing it change when I'd be outside in the neighborhood playing with kids, and you had certain parents that literally did not want to talk to her about, parenting or about what their kid was doing. She would come to them respectfully. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't even want to kind of even watch the kids when they were playing. So it started shifting in my time.
Correct.
Now it's a situation where parents ain't trying to learn the other parent and get to know them or hear what their kid is doing or going up to the school. So the work that you're doing is not falling on deaf ears, but there's a lot of people that literally, they don't care. I absolutely know that, but I want y'all to know that there's us that still do, but we're pushed to the wayside because it's better to talk about the negatives than the positives. And my thing is, I wouldn't say that. I know it's running rampant now. And so the issue now, and I would say with believers in Christ, is that we have to keep our homes in order. Because we're in a shark tank of foolishness
in
this world. And unless we coming across other people that have like minds, where we're able to correct their children and they're able to correct ours, and we know that they have the right intention.
Come on.
We've got to keep our own home in order, and that's just what it is.
Come on.
But to piggyback off,
one last thing, mind you, I work with college students. I work with student leaders. I'm a director of student development. So I work with college students and student leaders, and I can tell you right now that a lot of the student leaders, even if they had some trouble at home, there was a willingness in them to shift what they came from, either that or they came from good families that want some level of correction for their child. Outside of that, those general college students, a lot of times they don't want to hear it and their family don't either. But go ahead.
And see, I just want to touch on this for just a second. So music does have an influence on people. Now, we want to shy away from it as it relates to rap and all of that and say it's not the music, it's this. But we embrace gospel. So when you think about it, it does activate feelings, emotions, motivation or demotivation inside of us that make us feel a certain way. And we all know when something feels good to us, we want more of it. We want to become a part of it. Not to mention even the TV media showing what goes along with the music. Most people, I know I didn't start getting into like personal development until my late 20s, early 30s. I wasn't taught personal development at home because what we have as a Black community is something called social capital, which means in our circles, a lot of times we react and act based off of emotions, not based off of connections. So in other words, what I mean is, if in my community, we listen to rap music, and when this song come on, I'm 43. And if I hear Nup, If You Buck, you would think I was 17 years old, right?
Okay.
So if I hear boots on the ground, if you hear boots on the ground, what we gonna do? Flapping fans and throwing hips, right? So it does impact us, and we want to be a part of that. It's no different when it's not a fun thing. When we look at it as something like Smexy Red, Cardi B, Glow, all of them kids get the same feeling and want the same thing they have based off the good feeling.
getting from it. Now check this out, and I end here. Do you know that a lot of times in our community, we're not coddled and protected because there's a lot of absence there. There's a lot of disconnect. There's a lot of not knowing. So when you look at the other communities, they have something called financial capital. What does that mean? I went to college. I can call Johnny and say, hey, my son get ready to go to law school. He gonna work for your firm. It's a done dollar. The hood, we got social capital. Such and such just push my baby down. Everybody's gonna go beat them up. So it's our responsibility to change that and to teach them to personal develop in such a way to where you can be different and not coddle what you were taught, i.e. those outdated, terrible traditions that's toxic, that's not helping us grow. I end.
But you said it's whose responsibility? Did you use the word O-U-R?
No.
Did you say it's our responsibility?
It's our responsibility.
Our responsibility. So that means like the community?
Oh, yes, ma'am. And it starts at home. But don't
roll your eyes at me, Marquise.
Why are you attacking me? My thoughts are not gonna change. I said what I said. No.
The reason why I said, hold on, let me clarify. It does start at home.
Starts at home. We can start at in now. I teach my babies.
You do. I do. You do an awesome job.
Thank
what
you.
I'm saying is, if there's a stronger gravitational pull from an outside force that's attractive to your child that you can't control that's outside of the home, I would hope that there's somebody that'll tell that baby, like I had to tell the baby that I encountered, pull her to the side, love her, and take care of her. So she wouldn't have to depend on these grown men.
Yeah, that's 22.
That should be the parent. That should be the parent. That should be the parent.
And like Coach said, and I've been itching to come up here to say this. Marquise, yes, I get it. You say you teach your kid at home that the schmexy reds and all of this, this music is not what you're going to listen to. That this is not, you can't listen to this music.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. That's not what I said at all.
But you don't teach her to listen. You teach her not to listen to it.
That's not what I didn't say that either.
What did you say? What did you say about?
Okay, now you just came up here loud, strong, and wrong.
He said he doesn't allow it.
You don't allow it. Okay, you don't allow it. I get it. You don't allow it.
Yeah, no, my daughter. Yeah, how many times have you seen her twerk to this day?
Right.
I teach my daughter to carry herself. No, what I'm saying is I teach my daughter to carry herself in a certain way. I'm not ignorant to the fact that this music is out there or that children are going to do what they're going to do. But I can tell you, I can tell you this one thing. My daughter knows what's expected of her. I can give you the example. We were at, there's a video out where she was doing the Tamia dance at a function we were at. Tore it up. Y'all gotta check it out if you haven't. But the next song that came up was a one of those back that thing up type songs, and I was sitting right in my seat next to a grown person, and I didn't even have to turn my head. She politely slid right off that dance floor. Because guess what? She was taught from the very start. It doesn't matter what the world is doing. It doesn't matter how these other women and children other women and girls want to carry themselves. You are different. You are different.
Don't get mad at me.
Sure.
Get mad at me. Please don't get mad at me. He gonna roll his eyes at you. Go ahead. Yes.
Sure.
Do you think why she sat down because you were there?
No, she's done it without me being there. There have been parents that have contacted me from functions to commend me on just how well this girl.
She hanging out with her friends at the movie or anything. Without the parents. Because my mama, when I was younger, my mama thought I did. But one day she heard me, it shocked her. Because it was like, what? being around you because I know you're gonna tell my parents.
Listen, Marquise, I have a nephew.
I don't care. Let's move on. I really don't care. At this point, I don't care what y'all talking about.
I want to say this.
Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
A weirdo, and I used to always say his mom, "This boy is weird. Like he don't say nothing. Like he is a square." And one day, he thought nobody was listening. And if I tell you the cuss words that was running off this,
okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not. I can only speak for my child. I'm not going to speak for nobody else's and nobody else's experience.
Marquise, I raised my son. Hold on, Fat.
I really don't care. Let's move on. It's time for y'all to move on now because somebody.
I raised my baby the same way, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just talking about the community of it all. I know that if your daughter had a friend that she was hanging out with and you seen something questionable, you would help that child. And that's
and that's a fact. Now I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
That's what she's talking about. That's community.
No, that's totally different. That's somebody that's in my or at that point they're in my care, custody, and control. That's not community to me. That's not community. When I say community, I mean total strangers. I mean no.
Around you that you're
not my baby's little friends. No, those become my kids. That's not community to me. No, I mean, however you want. If you describe it that way, you can. But that's not community to me. No.
And I love how y'all said if one friend is doing something. Like, you know how, like, you just said it, like, say, for instance, if your child's hanging out with a bad friend, you're not going to tell her, oh, you can't hang out with her. You're going to correct her. I like that, because my mama, she was raised up.
That depends, and it depends on the severity of what the child is doing, because once you cross the line, you're not coming back over here. So, no, I'm not that nice. Absolutely. I'm not that nice. Come up pregnant you want to, you're not going to be hanging out with my daughter. No.
In the community told me, Tia, be careful, do not let him play with that little boy. And me, being the me in me, said it's something more to this baby. Like, it's not just him just being a bad kid, but I didn't get who they said he was when he came to my home. When he came to my home, it was yes ma'am, no ma'am. Yeah. And it was always respect. But everybody else said that they saw something different in that little boy. I never saw that. To this day, the little boy still called me mama. He still respects me. What he does outside my home has nothing to do with me. He has a girlfriend. They do whatever they do. He works well. He does good for himself. But when he was a kid, they said, don't let your son play with him because he gonna get your son in trouble. And the little boy came to me one day and said, Miss, well, y'all, everybody know my name, Miss Tia. Thank you for letting Tyrell play with me because he keep me out of trouble. He told me, he said he keep me out of trouble. He said, and I think they put it back one day. He said, and I was getting ready to fight a little boy, and Tyrell said, it's not worth it, bro. He said, and I don't like fighting people now. Like, it's like I could have told the little boy, don't come back to my house. I don't want you back at my house. And that could have been, you know what I'm saying? That could have been an effect on that kid.
Yeah.
So let me say this, a few things. So one, Marquise, your daughter is not out there doing foolishness even when you're not around.
Thank you. Thank you. Because everybody's fitting it. I can't, no. I've been with this one. I don't give a dang. I know what my child is capable of. That's just the point.
We're not saying she is.
I know what my baby's capable of. That's Miss Fat. Just go on. I'm gonna ask you politely to go on. I'm gonna ask you real nicely to go on. I'm a daddy through and through.
did not mean to disrespect your
It's fine. I'm just asking you now to just go on, move on, because the patience is getting thin now. The patience is getting real thin about a child that y'all don't know nothing about. I am here every day. I'm a daddy 24 hours a day. I've been here with the mama since the 7th grade. This ain't somebody I just walked in with.
This is what I wanted to say is I apologize.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize.
Apologize because you are feeling some type of way.
No, I'm not feeling any kind of way other than this is the line and you get ready to step across it.
And somebody saying something that I don't like. So that's what you're saying.
No, and I don't have to like what you're saying, but what I'm saying when it comes down to my children are off limits.
I didn't say nothing bad about them. I just said that what a normal kid does.
Okay, well my child is exceptional. Let's just say that my child is exceptional. Then. if a normal child behavior changes, then that means my child is exceptional.
Okay, but I'm just saying you were doing things when y'all went out with your parents.
I'm
It was kids.
No,
what are you talking about?
Hear
What
me,
are y'all
Miss
talking
Pat.
about?
Hear me. Hear me. I'm
I
almost
don't want to hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, Marquise, can you hear me? And anybody else that is willing to hear me? Okay.
Go ahead, Monique.
I'm not coming at you. I spoke to him about this and you got offended. Relax. No, what I'm gonna say is not every child does that. Not every child does that.
Not everyone.
I remember when people would hold on. I remember the idea about a normal kid does this. That is too generalized. I said I'm almost 40 years old, and I remember people used to be like,
"No problem,
God,
Coach.
Your daughter, you ain't even got to be at home. She won't let company in. She won't do this and that." Like I'm trying to tell you that there are kids that when they are raised the right way and they value what their parents taught them, because not only do they have the fear of God, they have the true love of their parents. They know that I wouldn't do this because I don't want to hurt them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm telling you that as far as that, it's what a normal kid does. No, there are a lot of kids that do it. But I'm telling you right now, that blanket statement, that gotta go.
Mm-hmm. And 90% of kids, and then it's 10%. So your kids and your child is a part of it. So that's what I'm saying.
And I'm not saying, I'm not saying all the children are the same.
All children are not the same.
Because my son, my daughter are not even the same.
She had to twerk anything or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, but a teenager, okay, your child is a teenager. Because how old is she again?
16.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
She's a teenager. So she's going to open her eyes on different things, but of course she want to make you happy. I'm not saying that she's doing something bad or anything. I'm just saying, like, what happened? I said, well, do you feel like she would not do you feel like she's just not doing it because you're there?
Marquis, wait. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. What I think it is, honey, you've admitted out of your own mouth several times that you're not a parent. And we respect your opinion, even if, but you acknowledge when you have to teeter off of the I'm not a parent type of conversations, right? Mm-hmm. However, you still have opinions and right to your opinion, but in actuality, you're not a parent. So what happens is, I have a son like that too. He's very pure at heart, and it's not just because he's on the spectrum. God gave him a gift that he's not about the world. So what happens is when we speak on that, it almost feels like, you remember when the old people said, keep your mouth off my...
Off the anointed.
Keep your mouth off of my, right? Yeah. And even though you didn't intend to do that, we as parents, especially with these rare children, it feels like, ooh, don't speak nothing over my baby now.
Not speaking
nothing. No, baby, listen, I know you're not.
No, wait. Because
hold on. Hear her out.
Oh my gosh. I hear her, Miss Lavender. I hear her. I heard Miss D. I get what y'all saying. You're right. I do have kids.
But I understand what you're saying about our kids.
I'm just saying that sometimes kids do things without their parents knowing.
And we got that. And
that's why I was trying to start this conversation back up. I'm not trying to start this conversation back up. asked the question, and then you got upset. So once again, I deeply apologize. Everybody in this 37 room, I do not have kids. I do not have kids. So if I ask you a simple question, I'm asking you a question to see, to ask, to know.
Baby, can I answer? Let me answer so we can move on. Let me answer so we can move on. I understand. I came in there and I busted out my child. Lavender, let me answer her question because Marquise does not want to. He avoided it, and that's not where he's comfortable. I can answer the question. I came in my son's room. He was streaming. He was cussing. Yeah. I looked at him. I said, "Who are you? What are you doing?" He said, "Mom, I've been cussing for a little while." I said, "Okay. Where'd you get that?" He said, "You." I said, "Okay. I'll go back to not cussing, and we both gonna be non-cussers." So I get your point. It happened. Yes, I thought he would never, and he did. It happens. We move on. Let's go on. Let's move on. Back to the thing. Marquise got to go on to another sectionality. I get you. I got it. TT, let me say this. We both have sons on the spectrum. We both have sons that are streamers, extreme streamers. My son is an introvert. He doesn't go out of the house. Like he goes to work, he comes home. And that is the position that I have been in. I came in his room and I'm just like, what is going on? But even more shocking is mine spend most of his time in church and dragging people to church. But the world got a hold of him for a hot second, and it is what it is, and we processed it, and he back to Jesus. Yeah, he back to Jesus. And like Marquis said, he has two children, and they have two totally different personalities. Yeah, but let's go, Lavender. Let's go. Can we please move my niece and nephew? Ladies, can we please take the conversation off of my niece and nephew? Yes, it's Friday night. What I want to say is, out of respect for the room, all of us and people in general typically speak from their own personal experiences. So the passion, the offensiveness, the agreement, all of those things come from the things that they have experienced in their own personal vortex. So let's be respectful, not that nobody's being disrespectful, of each other's opinions and just try to listen to understand versus respond and getting offended all the time. Because my experience could be one thing and then yours can be another. It doesn't make it right or wrong. But let's try to make it not feel like with our words a personal attack. That's all. Can we move on? All right, now next topic. There you go.
I think that's good. I think that's really good.
I was just saying the same thing.
Lord have mercy. I'm not even sure where we were. Are we ready? Because this was not even the main topic of the night.
Were you going to? Was Shannon your main?
Oh no. That was the warm up. You already know where we're heading for the rest of this show. Hold on, folks. Let me get my box changed up.
You know how many times this week I've been called the end?
Look, you see how bad they burned us last show.
Yeah, your last live.
Oh
if
my
I count that,
God.
I've been called the N-word from his last live last week about 7 times.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. Here we go. This is what we're talking about tonight. All right. I don't know if you guys have seen this Please tell me you guys have seen this podcast because I took the time to actually go and watch the entire podcast, not just the clip. Okay, this podcast is My Future Wife podcast. It is this particular episode is about an hour and a half. What is funny to me is that the host, it says My Future Wife, and the man, he's issuing out marital advice and he's not even married. I'm like, why do y'all follow people like this that no experience? But anyway, it's neither here nor there.
He's divorced. He was married. He's divorced and he's trying to redeem himself. That's how he wrote the book.
Oh, okay. Well, tell me something I didn't know. So
Future Wifey is a book, and then he turned it into a podcast. But he regrets a lot of the things he did wrong
in his personal
Christian marriage before, and now he's trying to make a point that this is how Christian marriages should be. Up until he had this episode, everything else was wonderful.
This is trash. And mind you, this is the first time I've ever seen this man, so you know I'm never going back to his podcast. Okay, so this couple, this lovely couple here, have been married for 32 years. This is Kelly Steele and Reginald Steele. Kelly Steele, mind you, if you watched, I think I've done at least three. I've done three videos on them, but I grabbed as many of the sound bites throughout the show and made videos of them. When I tell you, I found this to be the most despicable, horrific take on marriage, the church, and God, all packed down into one show. This here. Okay. Those of you who don't know, we got 33 people in the room. I've been with my wife since seventh grade. We've been married about to be 20 years. This is not how you be married. I'm sorry. This is not married. I don't know what this is. And mind you, they call themselves being past it and what have you. But I found this podcast to be just as abusive as the abuse she was that she was discussing. It was the entire show horrific. That's all I can describe it as. Some of the most popular quotes. She said that she would help him get dressed to go meet up with his side chicks on the weekends. He would go leave Friday, come back Sunday. He talked about how she got upset at one time at his habitual cheating. Mind you, these are pastors. They have a church with 10,000 members at this point. He was cheating on her. He cheated on her before the wedding. Before he came down the aisle, he told her that he cheated on her. He told her he wasn't going to be faithful to her. His daddy was also a pastor. His daddy had 10 children by 6 different women while being a pastor.
I don't know.
Well, all right, Tarsha.
Sorry.
Please mute. Okay. 10 children, 6 women. And it goes on and on. And every time I thought that it was not going to get worse, it got worse. He told her he never loved her. He told her she was too dark. She was the wrong color. She was too big for him. He liked them 125 and 5'2". She was 5'6" and 175. And he open mouth giggled, him and the host, throughout this entire trauma dump. The worst moment for me was when the woman said that God gave her grace. And God gave her the grace. She wouldn't recommend it to other women, but God gave her the grace to iron his clothes and help him get dressed so he can go out there and cheat on her. These are pastors. These are pastors. So this is a very layered topic. Again, I thought this was an insult to marriage, insult to the Black community, insult to Christians. It was this entire fiasco. And to me, it made it permissive for women to be used and abused and stay and wait, because this is the definition of a pick-me. This is the definition of an old faithful. That's what my grandma used to call women like this. Women that hang on for dear life because they feel like a piece of man is better than no man at all. That is what this is. That is what old faithful is. This man then they chased everything in a skirt and stuck everything he could stick until he couldn't stick no more. And now that's why he at home with you. And I wouldn't doubt if he wouldn't still cheating on you. If he is faithful, it's because his options are now limited, because now you overweight and you old and you ain't got it like you used to have it. That is why this is the way it is. But this is not the way to be married. That is just a tip of what I want to say.
Marquise,
go ahead, Coach.
Marquise, I blame it on Barbara and Shirley.
You got it. You remember that? Yeah, but this is everything. Yeah, you're right about that. I didn't even think about that part. You're right. Every food you eat, I made the food I made. Yeah, you're right, Barbara Shirley. This is better right thought. Horrible. Okay,
I've told the story plenty of times, y'all, about how my stepmom allowed my daddy to do the things that he did, and I don't understand what kind of woman could have ever done that. He planned the whole wedding. She planned the whole wedding. The wedding day came. He didn't show up. He said he got drunk and couldn't make it back home after his bachelor party.
That he was cheating on her, and he was late an hour and told her he cheated, and she was like, "That's okay."
Yeah, but Marquise, my stepmother didn't miss not one wedding, not two weddings. Now this is two weddings. The third time he finally married her, and then left her when my brother turned 18 for his mistress that he had been with since I know I was 12. And then when my dad got sick with cancer, and his mistress said she didn't sign up for that because my dad was an alcoholic. She said she didn't sign up for all of this. Your dad is drunk and he's falling on the floor, and I'm not going to be picking him up, and I did not sign up for this. My stepmother let my daddy come back to the house. She let him come back home and live the last few days of his life, which he didn't have very many, but the last couple of months of his life, she let him live in the home. So but throughout their entire marriage, he cheated on her. Just the same way this man said he would leave on all of these days, I would see my daddy maybe a couple of days out of the week because he was gone with his other women. And my stepmother knew that. Where you at? You ain't at the pool hall.
Okay, so that's the importance. Like back then when we talking about like with the grandparents and stuff, they didn't have the same type of mindset or take the opportunities of I'm gonna get my own stuff so that I don't have to depend on him and take all this BS just because he, i.e., pays the bill. They were afraid that they would lose everything. So
in context, Coach, what age group, generation are you talking about? Because I'm talking about my daddy.
How old is your dad?
My daddy, he was born in 55.
Yeah, those and above for sure. The reason why I say that
is baby. What? He ain't had that. Let me tell you something. My stepmother made the money. My daddy worked at a liquor store. My stepmother worked at the post office.
Right, but you know, like I know there was a time where granddaddy had several women on the outside of families, and
granddaddy was the man that was above my daddy's age. Yeah, that was before the boomers. Yeah, granddaddy was above my pawpaw. My pawpaw, I could understand that. My pawpaw, my influence. Now that age group, yes, but my daddy. Absolutely not. Ain't nobody worried about my daddy leaving them. Not that age group.
Why you do this, Sam?
Ain't nobody worried about my daddy age group leaving them, baby. They in that age group right there. Who was the silent generation though? I thought Generation X was deemed the silent. Let me quit. I'm sorry. I'm sidetracking. No. So the silent generation. The silent generation was the generation that was before the boomers. So my mom was born in 62. She's like at the tail end of boomers. She has a sister. Well, it's really her cousin, but my grandparents raised her. That literally is like in her 70s. She's a boomer too. Their parents though. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's when women couldn't open bank accounts. We talking about the Depression era. All these other, right. But I'm saying that's an era where women did not have the same rights that they have now. But something I wanted to bring up real quick about this interview that I noticed is that, obviously both of them were raised in the church. The husband's father was a pastor, and then he became a pastor. One thing that she kept on saying was that the church mothers, if you will, for lack of
with the Crisco,
constantly telling her, was constantly encouraging her to stay in it. And that is a portion of church culture that is unbiblical.
Come on.
It's constantly being held on to that position. And so there are so many women, even today, with all the rights that women have, where we do have the ability to be able to take care of ourselves and we're able-bodied or whatever the case may be, are still to this day being encouraged to stay in abuse. Or praying out of a person that is not looking to change, that's not counseling, that's not. So that was something that I was just like, oh my God. And because this woman came from this, she's now encouraging the young girls in her church.
That's the problem.
You know what I mean? So that's something that has carried on throughout the generations. This portion of church culture that is saying that you submit to your husband even when he's unruly to God.
Okay, and it's totally unbiblical because the first time that this man could, first of all, he was cheating on you before he married you. And then he cheated on you after the wedding. The first time he went out there and laid with one of his mistresses, he broken his vows with God, and you had every right to leave that man. That is biblical. That is biblical. But y'all would rather sit here and tell these women to continue to be used and abused by a man that just
Monica and Marquise, can I ask you this then? What about the couples who have the testimony that they went through adultery and they reformed their relationship and it was a testimony and they came up out of it and their marriage was better than ever? I'm just, for the sake of conversation, I'm not saying I agree with this whole episode.
That is what she's claiming. That is what she's claiming.
But I'm asking y'all, hold on, Thor. I'm asking them, Monica and Marquise, what about those couples who have that testimony? What do we say about that?
Congratulations, you're a reformed.
About that, I would say this.
Oh, it's a no for me.
I was literally just keeping it with this couple in this interview.
Let's do that.
I would say
it's a no for me.
Talking about the mothers of the church.
It's a no for me. It's a no for me.
Encouraging her. That was encouraging. The reason why I brought that up, it was still in relation to this that they were encouraging her to stay, which is really, she looks at them as a spiritual authority.
Correct.
I understand your point, but you were giving examples. So I'm saying, what about the examples of the couples that have testimonies that overcame the adultery?
Oh, we would need to look at those couples. A lot of times, that overcoming, for the most part, is them laying down and still allowing nonsense in the marriage.
And then, better yet, where are the men that are sitting on the other side of this abuse? Because every time I see it, it's the woman that has to sit here and take the use and abuse from the man. I have yet to find a podcast where the man sitting on the side talking about how he ironed clothes and what. Correct, because we have good sense. we won't allow it one time, but you allowed it countless times.
Y'all got what?
Good sense. Good sense. I'm not saying women don't have good sense. Calm down. Calm down.
Women that stay do not have.
No.
Their marriage do not have common.
You don't have you something got to be wrong with you if you're gonna sit there and allow somebody to verbally, mentally, emotionally, and sexually abuse you. Yes, something has got to be wrong.
That's called a victim. That's called a victim.
Yeah, it's true.
She signed up for this. She signed up for it. She signed up for this. When a man sits in your face and tell you I'm not gonna be nothing to you, and you still go down the aisle, that you signed up for that foolishness.
That's why women stay in DV.
No. She didn't fall into victimhood. She signed up for it.
Can I give y'all some background on the host of the podcast, because I've actually watched some of his interviews or whatever. So his name is Letarius. You were correct. Somebody had said something about the book that he had written and all of that because he had a failed marriage. This man habitually has people on his podcast that literally have had this same story. And so I don't see any growth in him because he constantly has this where they have the same story. I won't say he never, but he rarely has couples on there that have had 15 plus years of marriage that have not faced this type of abuse. The woman has faced this type of abuse in the marriage and then they've carried on. He does not highlight those people. He only highlights this nonsense. Even with Derek Jackson. I don't know if y'all familiar with him.
Oh, I remember him.
They had his wife on there first, and then they had him on there separately. And so it was the same type of conversation of everything that she put up with. It was the same type of marriage. So he does this. He highlights this all the time. So that's why I stopped watching this stuff. I saw the clips of this interview and I refused to watch it.
Oh, it's awful.
Because I was like, you know what? He likes to highlight this type of nonsense. And there's an interview that's floating around when he was being interviewed about his previous marriage and how he was. And I'm like, he finds this to be cute because he was very much so like him.
Right. Yeah.
And then to put it all on God. God gave me the grace to allow my man to cheat on me. What kind of foolishness is that? That's foolishness. That ain't hey, where is God? Stop giving God credit that y'all need to give to the devil, or do you need to give to yourself? Just say this man became your God. I would accept that a whole lot better than God gave me the grace.
She found a way to try to bend scripture and believe
that's what she's used to. She has become accustomed to the way that he has been giving her the life to live. She don't want to change that. Oh. Do you think that she's gonna go out there and go and live into a shack when he's going ahead and do what you gotta do? She can still live in a mansion. Let him go ahead. He's in her mindset. Lifestyle. Yeah, she is accustomed to that lifestyle. That man could go out there and have 15 women. And do you think she's gonna leave?
And you know what, but prior to him even having that money, she still was in it. You hit the nail on the head, Marquise, about her idolizing him.
Correct.
And she wanted what she wanted.
She wanted what she wanted. She chased him.
She's not gonna leave that. Yeah, she has bent and molded, however way she was able to work through the word of God. For her false thinking, holding on to him. And that's what she's doing to this day. That marriage was not put together by God.
No.
And it's constantly moving asunder, and she ain't trying to hear it.
Come on now.
She probably think that because he says she's her color, or she's not skinny enough or whatever, in her mind, I ain't gonna get a man better than him, so I need to stay here. Exactly. I know somebody right now, y'all, no lie. The wife she called herself a domestic engineer. And the husband is one of the head pilots for FedEx.
Okay.
When I tell you the biggest garden tool ever, very inappropriate, whether it's with her friends or family or whomever, like that's just him. She's literally, and she's like 65 or 66. Beautiful woman. But she literally was like, where else am I going to go? Like, who else is going to provide this type of lifestyle for me? Because he's put in her head, ain't nobody better than me. Ain't nobody gonna treat me like you. You ain't gonna be able to live like this. You're old. You're this. You're that. I take care of you. You who you are because of me. You ride my coattails. So as a result, it's kind of like a mental prison that he has the key to.
Yeah.
And she's not willing to put forth the effort to try to find it, get herself out and throw it away. So that has something to do, in my opinion, with it as well.
Okay.
I would expect this nonsense from someone that says that they don't believe in Christ, but somebody that believes in the Lord and reads the word and literally pulls the word into their heart. There's no way that they would stand by this.
Come on.
She's a liar about her belief in Christ, and she's leading 10,000 people
to hell right along with her.
There you go.
Come on now, say it like it is. That's the problem I got with it. Correct. You're teaching women to be abused. You're telling women to be abused. If you pray hard enough, eventually it'll stop working and he'll be faithful to you.
And then you're talking to the young women in the church. The young women in the church are looking at that. So now you're not only messing up you know what I'm saying? The older women can kind of think for themselves, but you're showing the younger women in the church, because I'm sure they've said, oh, Pastor and First Lady gonna be on the podcast. So now everybody is looking at that podcast, and now you're showing the young women in your church that this behavior is okay.
This is acceptable.
Yeah, she's doing the work. She's actually doing the work of the enemy. Let's be clear about it.
Come on.
And here's the sad thing about it. God has warned her many times to leave all of the stuff that she was enduring. Him saying, "Get out of this."
Come on.
Right. Ignored him all of those times. So at this point, she has a reprobate mind.
Come on.
She has a reprobate mind.
Come on.
I apologize because I hadn't seen the interview, so I'm getting bits and pieces of it. But now that I'm hearing their pastors, you know, she's leading people. I did not realize it was that deep.
Horrific. Horrific.
She's looking so bad.
Horrific. And then at one point in the interview,
invited his church coach for him to
go be with the mistress,
to be with other women.
Correct.
Said that out loud.
She said it out loud. She said the church. She said the women of the church told her at the time that all you need to do is to anoint his head and his feet, so he would come home sloppy drunk after he been climbed out of some woman on Sunday, and she would wait till he pass out and get Crisco out the kitchen and put it on his forehead and his feet. That's how brainwashed this woman had become.
You cannot.
No, I can't make it up. That's a quote. That is a quote. I will pull it from the interview. That is a quote. I am not making that up. She said she couldn't afford the olive oil, so she had to use the Crisco. Yeah.
They didn't have no money. And she said she couldn't afford it,
so she used Crisco. Crisco. Crisco.
I thought this was a normal situation.
No, Coach.
I'm playing with the people. What is happening?
They are playing with 10,000 souls.
She did this whole interview with a smile on her face.
Correct. As they were laughing at her, they laughed at her the entire time. The entire time.
You think that was just embarrassing? The smile that she had.
Yes.
Can I say something? Because I was in her shoes. You know what I'm saying? After my mom passed away, I found a man who ain't a lick of a nothing. Okay? When I say a lick of a nothing, I lost my son. He told me, "You big, ain't nobody gonna be with you, this and that and the third." I don't know why I fell in love with this man deeply. And it's like he did things. Hold on, I'm out of breath. He did things like another man would never did to me. And in my head, I'm like, Jesus, like I'm getting mixed signal. I don't know if he's the one for me. I don't know. You know, at the time I was just blindsided. You know what I'm saying? I was weak. But when one day I just prayed to God and stuff, and He just showed me the light. I feel like she's just a weak-minded lady right now. And I think when she's smiling, she don't know who her worth is because she's a big woman. Or this man likes me because I'm big. I can't find nobody else like this. I can't find nobody like this. But I feel like she not noticed that she is very beautiful. The fact that man sat there and said, "Hey, I don't date women like you." And she think that's good. I think she's just weak-minded. She's very weak-minded. And I think that's like, instead of people are laughing at her, they should pray for her because it's like, you're very beautiful woman.
Nobody's laughing at her.
No, I'm not talking about you. No. I'm not
talking about us as a panel. I'm just saying people are not, nobody is laughing at her. I'm not saying me. I'm saying nobody at all. Ever. No. Nobody.
We're upset.
Everybody is saying, why? Why did you allow this to happen? Like, this is not okay. This is not normal behavior.
You can look at the picture behind Marquise. Look at her face.
But here's the thing.
She's embarrassed.
Here's another thing. Here's another thing you guys may have not noticed in this interview. He never touched her. Never put his arms around her. And never even offered. Go ahead.
The only time he touched her, I'm so sorry, Marquise.
You're fine.
The only time he touched her is when he was like, "Oh, I never had a woman. She really not my type." That's
yes.
Right. But she was giving me her check when she was working at Lane Bryant, and she cooked real good. He said all that.
At the way that Marquise says it, but I will say this, Miss Fat. There's a lot of women that have gone through that, and so I'm so glad that you made it out.
Absolutely.
But you hear what you said, though? You said that you prayed to God, and He revealed it to you. And He revealed it to you, and you listened to His voice, because His sheep hear His voice. That's so the thing, she ain't listening. It takes me back to, ma'am, are you really one of His sheep? Because this has been 30-something years, and I said, listen, God can change somebody's heart in 50 years, right?
Right.
So what I'm saying is that there was so many things throughout that marriage that she ignored. She said that she would be yelling out loud to God when He would say, "I hate you, I can't stand you.
Yes.
I never married you." She would be yelling out to God, walking through the house, saying, "Lord," like praying over him saying this.
Yeah. No. Oh, we got to get it right. She said when he was cussing her out and calling out her name, and telling her, "I don't love you. I wish I never would have married you." She go, "You will love me one day. You will." And when he was cussing me out and calling me out my name, I know that the power of God is much better. Is bigger than the power than the words that are coming out of his mouth. It was just total brain wash.
Yeah.
It was.
To Miss Fat's point, real quick, I believe that she has been in a relationship with someone that has narcissism, obviously, and that she is so beat down emotionally now that she's
not used to this. Yeah, right.
It's like cognitive dissonance at this point. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, to your point, that's exactly what it is. And I don't even think that it's like she feels like she's too fat or whatever the case may be. I think that it is she has been
normalized
herself to be brainwashed in this. So where she has accepted this as her forever reality.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I was just saying that because I do feel bad for her. Even though she's older than me, I still feel bad for her because she's still in the light. The fact that she just let that man to say, "Oh, you really was not my type," and you think that was okay to even say that? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I just felt bad for her. I do. The way she's looking in that picture behind you, Marquise, like, that's depressed. Like, the lady is depressed, and it's sad. It's very sad.
If you look at her
really
body
sad.
language,
yes,
she even kind of pulls away from him.
Yeah,
she's been through so much for so long. She's dealt with this, and she want to leave so bad. But at this point,
it's business.
I can't leave at this
it's
point.
Business,
so now I'm stuck. I'm stuck at this point, and look at her body language where she's leaning away from this man.
right.
Leaning away from him. She's not leaning into him. If you were to set you and your wife on a couch and y'all were having a conversation about your marriage, your wife is going to lean into you. Your wife is going to lean into you to show intimacy, to show I love my husband, to show we have been through some trials and tribulations, but we made it through. Look at us now. This woman right here leans away from her husband as to say, Lord, I wish I could out here at this point, but I'm stuck.
Right.
To me, it felt like locker room talk. You know what I mean? These are conversations that the boys would have. You know what I mean? These are conversations that two men would have about some woman that they didn't give a flip about, and it's all jokes, except the fact the woman was sitting there to listen to it. That it did not feel like a husband. Or even of a wife and a husband giving a testimony. That did not feel like a testimony. It just didn't. It was very exploitive, the entire interview. And again, the only one that looked like a fool in the entire thing was her. They were laughing. It was a big joke to this man and the host too. A husband that is sincere in his heart and is truly sorry could not have relayed those stories in the way that, or allowed them to be relayed in the way that they were relayed. And you would have felt the sincerity in his remorse for the things he'd done to that woman. I felt neither of those things, and I feel like he still don't like her. You can't tell me you.
He get money with her. That's the only thing.
This is business. This is business.
He likes the spotlight.
It's crazy.
He likes the attention. Yeah. And that's why they dress alike. Look at the green. They have everything.
Little leprechaun. Little cheating leprechaun.
She has her face on. She has her hair done. It's a whole.
And what's so funny is they invited us into their business. When they go viral and it backfires, the church page comments have gotten turned off. I made 2 videos and now her page is private. So I'm like, why did y'all invite us into your business? And now because it didn't go the way you thought it was going to go, now everything got to be private. You should have left this conversation private. This is not a conversation we ever needed to hear because it did not help anybody. It did more damage than good to you, your reputation, and the black church. I'm sorry, this is not what I want the black church to look like when we talk about marriage. Period. Past, present, or future.
If I heard something like that, I wouldn't even want to go to that church because it's like you supposed to. Okay, if I'm wrong, correct me please, because I'm still learning. But like the mother. The pastor's wife is supposed to lead the women to
Absolutely.
Am I right?
The first supposed to
lead the women in the church. Meaning is like how you carry yourself, how you how you should be treated, how you should be strong, and this and that. All example. And then the fact that he is a pastor, he's supposed to lead these men. And don't get me wrong, this dating world right now is over already. Now you're saying like it's okay to cheat on the girl that you think you really love. Like it's okay to do this because she gonna stick by you. Just keep doing what you're doing, and keep doing what you're doing. She's still gonna be there, and this and that, the third. It is crazy, and I don't know why a lot of people are going to their church and being followed like that. Because all they gonna do is go follow to the hell. That's the only thing.
That like you said, the preacher's wife, they call her the first lady.
First lady.
Y'all know that
the first lady.
y'all know that I'm a PK. And on Fridays, my parents have meetings the fourth Friday of every month. The women have a women supporting women, women supporting women, and that's something that my mother has created so that the women get together and we have what we call powwow sessions where we can talk about anything that we can't talk about and we can get it from the mothers, the older women in the church, and we can get it from the first lady. The men have a Men Perfecting Men ministry where the men get together in a whole separate part of the church and the men and the deacons get together and those men get together. And you think that I want this woman sitting in front of me telling me how to be a wife?
Correct.
I'm supposed to get advice from you. Like you put like I said, you supposed to get advice from them. And the fact that they say, "Oh, well, girl, let your man do what he do." You know what I'm saying? At least he bring the bacon. What? Like, you know what I'm saying? What happened? Like you said, what happened if they do get weak-minded women and they say, "Oh, this is okay. This is a normal."
Not only are you okay in cheating, I can guarantee you this man was not wrapping up with every one of them women. So you were potentially putting your life in danger every weekend that you iron his clothes and let him go out there and sleep with other women. These are the things that I'm talking about when we talk about. And now again, by you standing up here giving this quote unquote testimony, you're making it permissible for other women to accept that behavior from a man. It is completely unacceptable. And I can guarantee you, I watched that interview. Never once did that woman ever say that she stepped out of line or dared to cheat on this man. As a matter of fact, during the interview, she said she got upset with him one time, threw his toothbrush in the toilet and cut up his clothes and bleached them. And he came home and said if she would have still been there, she would not even be alive. That's how much she cared about this woman then. So you mean to tell me that some of that hatred ain't still there? That stuff don't just dissipate. I'm sorry.
Remember he said when they got together, he said that he told her basically she's in his starting lineup or whatever. Remember?
Yeah. And I got a line of them on the bench. Yeah.
Marquis, give me the exact quote.
Look, I'm quoting them left and right, ain't it? You starring, but I got a line of them on the bench. Oh yeah, and that was okay.
Okay with me because I was the main one, and so he had others, and he made that clear when we first got together. But I was the main one, so I was okay with that. And then she said, "Now keep in mind, this is before
this is before I do,
but I didn't know God." And I'm like, girl.
Correct.
You started knowing God. You still thought that was.
You ain't got to know God to have common sense. Ain't that right, Moniece?
That wasn't right.
Common sense is just common sense.
But everybody common sense ain't the same.
We don't have no base. It ain't no base for it.
Common sense ain't the same. Did she talk about her background? Did she talk about her background?
Yes, she did. Yeah. She did. She said that. And here's the only grace that I'm gonna give her, since she want to talk about grace so doggone much. She said that she was upset. She knew he was a cheater. She knew, right away that he was gonna be cheating on her the whole time. But her mother divorced her father for infidelity. And she felt like if her mama would have forgiven her daddy, then the daddy wouldn't have walked away from the family, and she would have still had her daddy. So I'm assuming that part of the reason for her doing this is because the fact that the daddy walked away because of the cheating, which. But yeah, that's the background she gave.
I'm like, there's a history of abuse there. It has to be a history of abuse there, and so she is recapturing her. Making the dad stay through her husband.
Exactly.
Yeah, wow, that's deep.
Yeah.
Marquise, bro, it has been fun. My husband is looking at me. I haven't been on TikTok. What the heck going on? My man, I'm cousin. So I will come back another time. I have enjoyed this.
Thank you.
Y'all have a beautiful day.
That's the newlywed. Go ahead, have you some fun with your husband. That's not abusive and knows how to treat his woman.
Y'all will be called the fire department because it'll be a fight on that.
God bless you. Have a good one. Oh, just awful. When I tell you awful, this interview was awful from start to finish. There was nothing redeeming about this interview. I could not understand for the life of me how did that thing continue to go on. I just don't get it. I just plain old don't get it. Make it make sense, folks. What are we doing here? Oh, look, Tiger, you do not need a recap. You know I do video. This is 2 videos I've done on this, but I'll give you a quick recap. This is this is the podcast of My Future Wife podcast, where this woman here decided that God gave her the grace to help her man, her husband, to get ready each and every weekend to go out and cheat on her. That's the basis of this conversation tonight. Where you at, Africa? Yeah, I don't understand this thing. I don't know. And again, I was waiting on her to say it at least one time that she cheated back. This woman never. She was just as faithful as she wanted to be. But I can guarantee you, had she cheated on that man one time, he would have left her and wouldn't have looked back.
He probably was abusing.
Absolutely, he would have. I'm sorry.
No, you good.
I'm sorry.
You
Go
good.
ahead.
No, I said he was probably abusing her as well. Yeah.
Oh well, she owned up. She owned up to every other form of abuse. So physical abuse would not be that far of a stretch for me. Although even in this interview, she was fighting other women. She knew the man was cheating. She agreed to him cheating, but then she would go out there and physically fight the other women. This is how lost this woman was, as if these other women owed her something.
She still ain't lost. Do they have children?
Oh yeah, they have children in their 30s. They're grown. They got grown kids. She started having babies for him before they got married. She had one baby before they got married, and she was pregnant with the second baby when they got married. And they have 5 children altogether. And he was proud of himself because all the children are with him, with the one woman.
What's the mindset of those adult children? You know what I'm saying? How are the sons treating women or their wives? Or that is just terrible. And that's how generational curses start.
Correct.
To be honest, I feel like their kids are not even married. You get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like they're just not married. Because especially if they were born in this generation or around my age nowadays, people that in my age group don't want to get married. But we could just, we can be, Netflix and chill, or we can be buddies, or we can do this, we can do that. Instead of being, you my girlfriend, you my wife. So I feel like they're not married.
But those sons, you said they got 5 children, Marquis.
5 children.
However many sons they have, I cannot imagine.
I think it's 3 boys and 2 girls, if I recall.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
My God. And so you turning that out in the world and see, that's like the further danger in it. That they use the word as a cloak of maliciousness. I'm talking about the abusers are using the word as a cloak of maliciousness and brainwashing the women to saying, if you want to please God, then you're gonna, fall under my guidelines. But your guidelines aren't following Christ whatsoever. You're over there walking with Satan.
Correct.
Hand in hand.
Correct.
Ooh, that's sick.
Correct. That is what made me so upset about it. If you want to be a stupid fool for a man, be a stupid fool. There have been plenty of women have been stupid for men, and plenty of men have been stupid for women. But please don't give God credit for it, because God ain't had nothing to do with this. That was your choice. When God, the Bible say when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. You chased this man. He didn't want you, and he told you he didn't want you. You chased him, and you chose him, and you got just what you asked for. God didn't send that man. You chased after him, and that's why you live the life you living then, and that's why you living the life you living now.
Yeah, and then she kept, there was another thing too. Remember, she kept asking. She was like, "What did you call me, babe?
Correct.
What did you say I was?
Correct.
What did you my God, that was so the interview.
Correct.
And he's like, yeah, I said you didn't know yourself, and you didn't, we first got together. She was like, yeah, what was it that you got? And I'm like, what?
And he had perfect recall. That was the crazy part. He had perfect recall.
So many times. Yeah. Right. And when he would repeat what he had said to her, when I guess he was at his peak of meanness toward her, Lateris, which is the host of the podcast, was cracking up laughing.
They were dying. They were just falling out laughing. Falling out laughing. It's like
it felt like I was being punked. Mind you, I did not see the full interview. But I saw enough clips, and I was like, "Is this real? Like, is this a skit?" It was insane.
Correct. Z, you're absolutely right. In the comments, and he seemed to so elated to recall how he devalued her. Exactly.
Yes.
He found it was pleasurable for him to show just how much I destroyed this woman and how she's still running behind me like a puppy. Right. I felt like that was a man and his dog. Cause you know how you could kick a dog and that dog gonna keep on coming back to you just because they love you and they don't have good sense. That's the way I felt this. That's the way I felt this entire conversation. There was nothing redeeming about it. It was, and I just hate that.
And the way he took pride in the way that he would say, "Oh, she was ironing my shirts."
Yes, getting me ready.
Getting me ready.
Getting me ready
to go and see.
To go lay up with somebody else.
You think I'm gonna iron a man's shirt and get him all prepped up and smelling good to be with another woman?
Come on. Come on.
This is how you know that he doesn't have a changed heart. I think you all were saying earlier, he's probably still cheating.
I believe
he is, because here's the thing. There was never a fall from grace for him.
It wasn't.
Even in the Bible, when those that were being wicked, when they opened their eyes, like when you think about Nebuchadnezzar and his eyes were open, the eyes were open because they fell from grace.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're steady being upheld in your wickedness, there is no way that you're now hearing the voice of God. You can't.
Well, are you going to take into that? Well, his remember in the interview he said it wasn't until he got arrested and was facing a long jail sentence that he decided to become a minister. So would you consider that the fall from grace on these?
Well, no, I guess what I'm talking about is in terms of the relationship.
Oh no, there was nothing about the relationship.
There was nothing that he learned from. You know what I'm saying? There was no learning.
Nothing.
From that
he lost nothing.
To now all of a sudden to treat her right.
Why would correct? Why would I have to treat her any better? And again, I teach my daughter that to this day. Men are going to do to you just what you let them do to you. That. And I teach her the same thing. Even in friendships and relationships, people are going to do one or two things. They're going to bring you up or they're going to drag you down. But it's all on you, baby. All on you. What you allowed to accept, what you accept in your heart and in your life is going to become you. That's it. So you have the power to decide those things.
And those parishioners that are continuing, we see this often with different mega churches where what was his name? Eddie Long?
Oh, yeah.
All that, and all those young men came forward about how he manipulated them.
Oh, yeah.
Slept with them and all this other stuff. And you still saw the parishioners. Now, there were people that left.
They did.
But there were a lot of them that stayed through the foolishness up until he met his demise.
Correct.
And they still stayed. Because I think Pastor Jamal Bryant took over his church.
He did.
Right. And his nonsense. But there's so many people that, it's a reprobate mind. And it's so sad. I always say, like, sometimes, and I'm a Christian.
Absolutely.
But I say so many times, like, the church, I'm talking about the building made with hands and that system, right?
Come on.
It has been the worst PR for Christ.
Come on now.
Like the absolute worst PR for Christ.
Yes.
It's like people that have not come to him yet, they see all this type of nonsense happening. They like, hell, I can stay in the world.
Correct. Because this was the most worldly marriage I've ever seen. I didn't see no God in it. None. I'm like, I'm more qualified. Me and my wife more qualified to sit up there and talk about this craziness than this foolishness. And we've been married 20 weeks. And then I hated the fact that she tried to make age as a factor. And I'm like, well, we started in 7th grade. We got married at 21. We was just as young as y'all. And I knew not to dog this woman out. What are you talking about? Are you supposed to love your wife as God loved the church? I ain't never seen the church. I ain't never seen God go up there and spray paint his church. No.
I'm trying to figure out and my thing is, where's the fear?
None.
Where's the fear of God?
Yeah,
none. Reading the word and
there was none in the beginning.
No scripture in there that supports this nonsense.
Correct.
And you still can go around and call your husband a man of God and to lead others. Like, you have turned your back on God. Isn't that blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
I think so. And how do you call it grace by God for him to give you the power and the strength for you to help your man cheat? God doesn't give you grace to help somebody that's supposed to be devoted to you sin against not just you but against him. That makes no sense. Y'all both are going to burn in hell. Keep on playing. Y'all both going to hell.
Come to Jesus moment because this ain't it.
That ain't it. That ain't it. Don't play with the word now.
Marquise, I'm so sorry, but I have to go because I have to talk to my sister. Y'all have a great night.
No problem.
Oh, you do the same.
We appreciate you.
I'm gonna follow you, girl.
No, listen. I really want to say I apologize for earlier.
You know we have these moments all the time. It's no problem, Pat.
Nothing like that.
Okay, because I don't.
No, we did.
I respect. So once again, I apologize. Y'all have a great night, and
see you next week, friend.
Good night.
You good? No, that's the thing. Don't play with the word. You know what I mean? If you're gonna live that life, live it. But don't throw God in it. Don't do that. The God does not make room for you to help your husband sin against him. That's a lie. You just God don't do that. I ain't got to pray about it. I ain't got to fast about it. I ain't got to go in my kitchen to get no Crisco and put it on my forehead to ask nobody about it. God don't allow that.
He said, I will turn this into wine and let you enjoy it.
Here's the crazy thing, right? I have a childhood friend.
Mm-hmm.
I have a childhood friend, same age as me, went to grammar school together. And she married this guy. She had a child by him. I want to say they was about in their early 20s. Now they have 4 children together. She's been married to him for a few years now, but they've been together for over a decade. And it reminded me of that. And it really made me sick to my stomach. Like their marriage is like that. She's a wonderful young lady. She's a good mom.
No.
He is drunk. He talks about he hates her.
Oh wow.
He knows my brother. Him and my brother used to make music together back in the day, like even before my friend dated him. And he tells my brother, like, oh, we're just living in the same house for financial purposes, but we're not together.
Roommate.
He calls her the babysitter and all of this. And I was talking with her because my brother, the husband's cousin, all of them, like, kind of grew up together or whatever. So they all did a trip to Vegas. And so I was asking my brother, like, oh, what's going on? He was like, nothing, we chilling, but Corey, which is the husband, like he done met up with a girl out here. So we ended up finding out like he had orchestrated it where he would meet up with a girl when he got out there, and this is the girl that he's been cheating on my friend with for this long time.
Lord,
so my friend was talking to me about the trip or whatever, and I was like, listen, mind you, I didn't know her before any of them knew her. You know what I'm saying? Including the husband. Then I told her, I was like, are you looking for a way out? Because she's laying out to me all the stuff that he recently did, which is like offense after offense after offense in front of the kids, leaving the children at home to go to the bar while she worked overnight. She get home, they all at the house by themselves. But long story short, I asked her, I said, are you looking for a way out of this? I'm like, you know that I have resources for you to get out of this. Are you looking for a way out of this? She was like, I need to do something. I really do need to leave. So anyway, we get on the subject about the trip, which they were still on the trip when me and her was talking. And I say, she tells me about this long-term cheating he's been doing with this one woman. And I'm like, she's out there. Like, that lady is out there. You need to make a decision where you actually have your mind right when he comes back. This girl calls him after we get off the phone, calls him. So you out there with her? See, this is why I gotta stay out of people's business. I'm doing this because she's like my sister. She is like my sister.
Right.
I'm so upset. I'm like, mind you, when she says this to him, he goes to my brother and is like, man, what's going on? And are you telling them what's going on? I mean, are you telling Monique what's going on with the trip? Blah, blah, whatever. And so my brother calls me. I said, listen, tell that boy he can call my phone because you already know what's up. He was like, no. I was trying to just figure it out because he was all upset.
So I talked to her after, and I said, "What did you think that conversation with him was going to do?
Right.
You already know what he's about. You know what he's been about.
Right.
You need to make your escape plan and start working on it if you're saying you don't want this abuse."
Correct.
So she was like, "I don't know. I'm just discombobulated. Like, I'm just confused. I just felt like I needed to, approach him about it." I said, "Oh, okay." I was upset. You know what I'm saying? I understand that she's not in the right mindset, and I left it alone. When she talks to me now and she tells me stuff that he's done, well, I'll be like, "Stop right there.
Don't want to hear it.
We can cut that conversation. Talk about how the kids are doing.
That's
talk
it.
about play dates or whatever.
That's it.
When you're ready to go, you let me know, and I will make sure I have everything in place for you to be able to make a smooth transition out of it until you get divorced.
That's it.
Other than that, don't tell me about that situation because she's right now more comfortable in it than the unknown of leaving.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like that.
Yeah, so it reminded me so much of that, though. I was like,
awful.
Wow.
Awful. All right, let me welcome my new guest in. Oh, well, not new guest, Silver Lining in Africa, and DP to God. Welcome back. Good to see you. I'm very anxious to hear what you all want to add to this particular conversation. We'll start with DP to God because he gave us so much wisdom the last time he was here. Are you familiar with this at all?
I don't. I thought you were talking about Shannon Sharp.
Oh no, you missed that part of the show. No, this is we spent about 2 hours on him. We are talking about the podcast, Dear Future Wifey, where this couple, the pastor and his wife, have been married 32 years. Went on the show and gave probably the most horrific example of marriage, church. I mean, it was all awful. Some of the highlights basically included her saying that she would basically help her husband to get dressed, iron his clothes, so that he can go out and cheat on her on the weekends, and that God graced her with the power to be able to do that. So that was one of many of the ridiculous things that this woman said. But basically, she's giving all the glory to God about her husband that did all this abusing and cheating, but they're happily celebrating their 32 years of marriage at this point. So that's the conversation we're having.
Well, the Bible speaks on double-minded people.
Okay.
And foolish people. Foolish people. I just hope they're not. I mean, she's really not putting that on God, right? Because
she is.
When y'all were saying that, it's borderline blasphemy.
It is.
That's what it is. Because the word is God and God is his word. And you're not going to sit up here, and the Bible teaches about coveting your neighbor's wife.
Come on.
And adultery. And then you're going to sit here and say, God is yet preparing you and helping you to help your man go break his word.
Come on.
So what that tells me is she's obviously not, okay, I won't go that far. I won't say she's not saved. I'll say that she's not delivered from a carnal mind.
Come on now.
Is what I will say.
Come on now.
I would say she's not delivered from her carnality. Because that is God being in opposition to his word. And if God is the word, then God is in opposition to himself. And that is not God.
Come on. God doesn't.
We see what happens when people stand in opposition to God, they get cast out.
Come on.
So no, that is not word. And somebody in her family, some other first lady needs to really reach out with her and do an intervention, because not only is she a fool, but she's spreading false doctrine.
Come on now.
And that's dangerous.
I said it.
Because we've seen what God will do with people who play with his word and lead his people astray. And that's very dangerous. And I feel sorry for her.
Her church,
somebody needs to really reach out to her.
Their church has 10,000 members. 10.
And hell enlarges itself daily, so the word says.
Absolutely.
So then therefore, that's going to be people playing with God.
I said it. I said it. When I tell you, it was despicable. I'm like, God does not give you grace and power to allow your man to go out there and break his vows. Same thing you're saying. I said it just a little differently. To break his vows to him. It's just, that's not the way that it works. It just doesn't. But they started out 32 years ago. But he told this woman before they got married that I'm never going to be faithful to you. You're not my type. I like them 5'2" and 125, you 5'6" and 175, and you're not even the right color. He told her all these things before they got married, and they only got worse. She chased this man and she got him, and he did just what he said he was going to do to her. And I'm not, I'm sorry, but I have very little sympathy for her because of the sheer fact that you're now making it permissible for women to go out there and be used and abused by men, and you just throw the word of God on top of it.
Well, you know, with her, it's obviously a very deep psychological thing. She's that woman who everybody told her not to do it, and she went ahead on and did it. And before she is wrong, she would rather be disrespected. She'd rather be mistreated than to be wrong. Because I guarantee you, people told her, "Oh yeah, we heard about him. We know how he is. We know how he get down. Girl, he ain't the one." But she was going to be the one that could change him. Well, she didn't do that. And again, she'd rather be married than to be right. You know what I mean?
I got
She'd
you.
rather be mistreated than to be proven wrong.
Or it's better to have a piece of man than no man at all. That's the mentality I get from everything she said. It was just, yeah, you're just holding on to.
My pastor used to
Go ahead.
My pastor used to say, "Breath and britches." As long as it's breathing and got on pants, some of these women will just latch on.
Say it again.
Breath and britches.
Say it again.
Breath and britches.
Say it again. It just doesn't.
I just like
it was trash. It was horrific to watch. And as they're recounting this, because they're calling this their testimony that they overcome, he is open mouth laughing with the host as they're recounting all of these horrific trauma that this woman has suffered year behind year to stay with this man. It was ridiculous. The whole thing, all of it. Silver Lining Africa, welcome back to the conversation, Africa. We are so ready to for your guys' take on this thing. Please add some context to this thing, because I'm trying my best not to drag this woman through the mud for this madness. Her and him.
Africa can go first because I'm trying to figure out how to Christian speak it.
So you gotta get your Christian words in. Miss Bama lady, how you doing?
Okay,
Haven't seen you in a while.
I'm of course I'm Ubering, so I'm listening and I am here.
Okay.
All this does is make me think, okay, I think you recall me speaking on my pastor who did not want to christen my baby because
I remember that.
The sin that I committed of having her out of wedlock.
Yeah.
He also had this very same situation because he also he slept with a member inside of.
So everybody didn't stop.
Hold on one second, Africa.
Hold on, I'm finna mute him. It's fine. I just muted him.
Okay.
Go ahead, Africa. Go ahead, Africa.
Okay. And so he slept with a member inside the church.
Mm-hmm.
She was cool with sleeping with him while he's married to the first lady that was there, as long as he didn't sleep with anybody else.
Oh.
So she found out that he was not only cheating on her, but the wife at the same time. So she decided at Bible study to let it be known that not only was he cheating on his wife with her, but cheating on them with someone else.
Jesus.
And so today, Pastor and First Lady are still married. Today, Pastor don't remember those sins that he committed, on top of at the same time being investigated for stealing the heavy artillery they used to tear up the roads and tractors and jackhammers and all of this stuff like this here. And that scarred me for a long time, even to come back and get that one, because you have the pastors and you have the first ladies who sit and they condone this, because I pretty much can say the first lady, she condoned it, because here we are years later, y'all are still
together,
married.
Yeah,
y'all some kind of way worked y'all way through that, but you give the okay that
that this is okay, that you are supposed to allow this and you're supposed to work through it and figure out what you want to be okay with. But how do you come and tell me about God and do that?
Come on now.
How do you come tell me about my sins and try to counsel me about my sins? Who counseled you for yours?
Come on now.
When you did what you did, where did you go to get your counsel for? Stepping down from the church for a year is not counsel. Stepping down from the church, from the pulpit for a year, allowing someone else to do because you feel like, oh, well, this is what I need to do as my, I guess you could say punishment. I don't know, however you want to put it. But that was your decision. Like, nobody told you you had to sit down. No one told you you had to chill out. Nobody said anything to you. You sat yourself down. So who did you talk to go and repent and make sure that you understood the ramifications of your actions?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You as the first lady, who do you talk to since you decided I'm going to stay and I'm going to stick with my husband through this? You as the first lady, who did you talk to so then you can come back and counsel young women, even older women if you want to say, on how to deal with infidelity and pretty much embarrassment, because that's embarrassment too. That was embarrassment. For the mistress to get up and be mad that my husband is not only cheating on, you're cheating with my husband, but then you're mad because my husband is cheating on you also.
Oh my God.
Like, that's embarrassing.
No way. No way.
So for her, I got to look at it. I don't know which God gave her that grace. I try not to talk about Confucius, Buddha, Muhammad, and all of them, but it had to have been one. Must have been Muhammad.
No, it was the God of pick me. It was the God of pick me.
Okay, because it ain't the one I serve.
It is not the God. It was a God, but it was not the God.
Yeah, I don't know who's at her altar.
The God of desperation.
Because it wasn't the one who sent his son.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't
Jesus.
Jesus.
Ain't died for that foolishness.
It wasn't Jesus. I'm sure it wasn't.
My brother didn't die for that.
No.
You know, but I don't have sympathy for her because she's willing to stay in it, and I just feel like if you are going to continue to allow yourself to be treated that way, we don't need to be in the chat. I don't want to be in the group chat. I don't want to be in the sidebar chat. And I don't feel like you all of a sudden need to be private about what you decided to invite us to the group chat, which you might as well take these ramifications of your actions because you decided to talk to us about it.
Correct.
Because true Christians have the opinion about what you're saying. Now you like, oh, wait, they're not going to put in her head that she is being used and abused. If she ain't smart enough to realize that she's been used and abused for 30 plus years, then I don't know. I'm not about to let these women come and mess up what I got because she let me do what I want to.
You got it.
I mean, I get there's a lady out there named Stephanie P with her little blues song that I let my man do what he want to.
Come on.
But I'm gonna need you to stop listening to Stephanie P, and I'm gonna need them to realize Betty Wright didn't even put up with that foolish divorce 3 times.
Come on now. And here's
she ain't stick with a piece of man at all.
And here's the thing, Africa. Where are the men that are sitting next to the wives that were actively cheating? I'm waiting.
Trying to make their wife not listen to the podcast too.
Where I have yet to see a man sit next to a wife and endure that level of embarrassment. I have yet to see one sit there and be like, my wife cheated on me X number of times and I loved her so much I stayed. I can't think of one. I ain't seen one yet. More times than not, you cheat on a man one time, he done.
He gone.
Out of there.
And he could be cheated on you 15 times, but you do that one.
He ready to take your life. I could cheat on you 30 times, but I'm ready to take your life if you cheat on me once.
You doing it one time.
Once. Not me personally, but but you know what I mean.
Right.
That's the mentality that I can guarantee you that's the mentality this one had. Because in this same interview, this man said she cut up my clothes and threw my toothbrush in the toilet. And if she would have been at home, I would have took her life. She would be gone. That's what he said. At the time that he was out there, at the time that he was out there cheating every weekend. His clothes meant more to him than her life. He said that during this podcast. So you ain't gonna tell me that this man wouldn't have left at the first thought of this woman stepping out on him, even though he was doing it every week. That's the kind of stuff I be talking about. Where are the men that are sitting there taking this off women?
If you meet one, let me know.
I don't know none. I don't know one. I don't know one that's gonna sit there and let you cheat on them over and over and over and over again. And we're gonna pray it away and put Crisco on your forehead and your feet and pray about it. I don't know one.
Even the extra virgin olive oil.
It wasn't even it was Crisco. I'm not making this up for people that haven't seen the whole show. She used Crisco on this man. Oh yeah, that's a quote. She used Crisco on this man's forehead and his feet when he was sloppy drunk and fresh out of somebody else's coup de grace. Hot pocket. Okay, that's much better. Fresh out of somebody's hot pocket, drunk, high, and sloppy drunk, laid down, and she putting Crisco on her because that's what the ladies of the church told her to do, to hold on to her marriage.
They didn't even tell her to use the extra virgin olive oil.
No, she said she couldn't afford it. That's what she said at the time. She couldn't afford it.
You can't afford to lie and say that the Lord gave you the grace to do that, because if you can't afford the olive oil to try to quote unquote anoint that foolishness, then you don't need to be saying God gave you grace.
I just y'all laughing at coup de grace. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be too graphic. I could call pocketbook. That's what we used to call it when my baby was a little girl. Pocketbooks, fresh out of somebody else's pocketbook. Just making me mad. This infuriated me.
I don't know. I sat there with the look of confusion on my face because I was thoroughly confused. And I don't know if it was just more the confusion of how she just, because she proudly gave her answers. And then,
like said, baby, what else did you say to me? Baby, what was that you called me that time? What?
Because he wouldn't have been able to repeat that.
You're not going to be able to repeat it. First of all, your head should have been hung down. And you, baby, I'm so sorry. I know I said, you know what I mean? I didn't get none of that. He was it was just like me in a locker room talking about some chick they both messed with. That's the way it felt.
That's been passed around.
That's it. That's the way.
That's why I had to get off, because there was no grace, no dignity. It don't even seem like he like her. I want, because he don't love her.
He don't.
And you don't even seem like you like her a little bit.
No, you're convenient. Your business at this point. We got 10,000 members at this church. I can't leave you now. And you're my punchline.
Since they would leave.
Oh, trash. Silver lining, we do hope that you've gotten some semi-Christian words together. We are ready. We are ready for you now.
Breathe. Woosah. Okay.
Did you watch it at all, or you only saw the clips?
I watched. No, I'm gonna tell you, I could only watch a little bit because it was just making me vomit.
Yeah, it was. I suffered through it, but that's only because I wanted to make sure that when I attack, I had all the information.
I couldn't, and this picture behind you is really making me want to punch her in her face. How you do all that and you sit up there smiling?
Sitting next to the leprechaun.
Like, I'm so pretty. Look at me. But you stupid. The Bible calls you a fool. So I'm going to call you a bigger fool. Because, honey, the Lord says that we have to be equally yoked.
Come on.
Just because that man had pastor to his name does not mean that y'all were equally yoked.
But he wasn't even a pastor when they got married. He was a football player in high school when they got together.
I'm gonna tell you this story. I'm memorizing something that I feel like she would have said.
Okay.
I saw his potential.
Oh.
I saw his potential. I knew he was going to be a greid man of God.
But silver lining, she said that too. When he was cussing her out and calling her her name, she said, when he was calling me out my name, I knew that life and death is in the power of the tongue. So I knew that the power of God was greater than him calling me all those disgusting names. So when he was telling me that he hated me, he didn't love me, I would look at him and say, you will love me one day. We will have a great marriage one day. That's oh God.
Oh yeah, and she's still 32 years in and ain't got that one day yet.
Correct. Okay. Because this entire display was disrespect. It all was.
Yeah, I'm like this. Have some respect in yourself. there's nothing wrong with following Christ or saying that you following Christ and trying to be there for somebody and not want to walk away. But there's a whole point in being stupid. And she's been stupid from the beginning.
But she sees it as a win because they're still together. To me, 32
no, they cohabitating. They're not together. They cohabitating.
32
They are living under the same roof, and she's being disrespected, and he's being a jerk. And I want to call him what I want to call him, but ain't no cussing on this show.
32 years is nothing to me. And here's the thing I want everybody to understand. There is quantity and there is quality. If those two things are not equal, then you don't have a marriage. They have quantity. You have a number of years on a piece of paper. That's it. But there's no quality here. So this is not what marriage is supposed to look like. Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead, God.
But you know what, guys? While we're here, it really just hit me. This is a damaged woman. This is a severely damaged woman, and my guess is she's probably a victim of childhood abuse. I would say sexual abuse, definitely emotional abuse. She's damaged, and in fact, she's flat out broken. And there will never be any amount of someone telling her what is right, what is decent, what is honorable, because her mind and her spirit cannot fathom what is decent, what is good, and what is honorable. So she settles for this type of relationship because that's all she knows.
Okay.
And when I look at this picture, she's a woman that is truly smiling through her pain. And it's even more heartbreaking because she's just, and I know some women and some men like this that are so damaged to where they're just broken, and they will sadly probably die in their brokenness because I don't know if she can ever be made whole. Okay. But she's seriously broken.
I like that. Moniece, I got to grab this comment because it's a great one. She is, and that's in agreement to you, God. But she also wanted him more than she wanted Jesus. And I believe that she made this man her God. I really do. Because I think that was the beginning. And also, I can speak to the trauma a little bit because she spoke on her childhood. She said that she blamed her mother for her father leaving the home. The mother and the father got a divorce, and the father did not return. And the father, the reason for the divorce was because the daddy was unfaithful, and the mama wouldn't forgive him. So when she entered into a relationship with this guy as a teenager, she knew he was no good. She knew he was a cheater. He let her know all these things, and she felt that, hey, she didn't want to repeat that same cycle of I can't forgive him for cheating, and that's why we can't be together. So that's in part her words why they were able to tough it out. That along with God giving her the grace. Whatever that means.
Just sounds like what a lot of people say when they're young like that, they're looking for their father and the person that they get. So she got her father literally.
Mm-hmm. A no good cheater.
It's sad to say things like that, but I know people like that. I come across young people all the time, and I try to impart wisdom to them. Like when I see young people in relationships, and the girl, she makes her significant other her whole life. Because I had my god brother, for one. He had his baby mama. They young. They 20 years younger than me.
Okay.
So I was trying to teach her, baby, you don't make a man your entire life.
Don't make him your God.
It's okay. It's okay to love somebody, but have something for you too.
And you can't love a man more than you love yourself. She loved him more than she loved herself.
Make sure that when you out, they're not saying, "Oh, that's him and his girlfriend." You have no name, no identity for yourself.
Yeah.
Always give yourself something. Don't put everything that you have into somebody, because what happens when that somebody decides to leave?
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing to fall back on.
Yeah.
Oh, she thought that I was trying to take her in because I'm trying to help her. 12 years in, they got 3 children, and now she's with somebody else because she made herself she made him her whole world. Oh. And when things didn't go the way that she thought they should go, she kept changing it, trying to change things. Because, like, I would ask her, what is it that you like to do? Whatever he liked to do.
Whatever you like.
What do you like to eat? I like his favorite food. And I'm like, okay, so
bark like a dog.
You don't have an identity. You have a name, but you don't have an identity. I'm his girlfriend. I'm like, whatever he want. I'm like, okay, but what happens when he leaves? So when he left, there was no whatever he want. Then you just stuck with 3 children.
Insanity. I'm so just disappointed. I think it's the word I want to use.
The word I would use, I'm grieved.
You're in bereavement.
I'm grieved. The younger generations that we have coming after us, you know how they say the children are our future.
Oh yeah.
If it's going like this, we ain't got no future.
All day
long. We don't have no future. We have no future, because when I tell you these children are like, they so lost. It's the word lost, for a better word, because I can't think of the word that I want to say, but they so lost. I mean, they don't know how to do anything without a cell phone.
Yeah.
They're not self-sufficient. They don't know how to look up a telephone number in a phone book.
Or memorize one for that matter.
They don't know how to do anything, and they don't know how to cook unless it got air fry instructions. They don't know how to do anything, but they can tell you, they can cuss you out from here to from there. They can steal and they can take people lives with their little puke use because they have no understanding, no morals, no anything. But that comes from the parents. But the problem with that is a lot of the times, these parents are children themselves. Yes. And with them, a child raising a child, they ain't finished getting the knowledge that they needed, and now they're having to take the little bit that they got to try to impart on somebody else. And what they don't know, that's what they give it. Ain't nobody trying to teach no more. Everybody's like, oh, don't you talk to my child. Whether my child right or wrong, don't you say nothing to him. How they gonna learn? And everybody's putting in their time, instead of putting time in with their children to teach them something, they buy them something to keep them out their health. The adults are worried about self after they have the children. I agree with that. That's how people end up damaged, like this woman. They have no knowledge of self and no knowledge of life or no knowledge of situation. And they feel like they're going through the world alone, and they just grasp onto the first thing that comes, no matter how harsh that is.
But in this case, I think this is a cautionary tale as to why fathers are so important in their daughters' lives. Even though mom and dad didn't make it for daddy cheating, daddy should have still been there for his daughter and been able to impart those words of wisdoms and to be able to sit and talk to her to let her know, hey, this is or isn't it acceptable in relationship. And, you know, at least teach her the game. I guess that's the ghetto way of saying it. Teach her the game.
But let me ask you this though: what happens if when he left, he was not allowed to come back to be a part of her life?
Okay, that's true. Yeah.
Mama gets hurt, and daddy is the devil, and he dead to me.
Well, and there's that. I guess that's another conversation with regards to okay, we need. Daddy could have been broken and corrupt. Okay, that's also true, Vibrant. I mean, I guess I can take that. Oh, well, I mean, okay, well, if we're going to say that, then we need to be a little bit more selective in the type of men that you all procreate with, then. How about that? Can we be more selective in the men and the women that we choose to lay down and make babies with? Because this one shouldn't have no kids. None. He shouldn't be nobody's daddy.
I'm in the situation, but I'm gonna say this. Thank God that I can't procreate.
Oh man, I wouldn't say that, but I just wish.
I can't.
I wish that people would have to take tests the same way you have to pass a test to drive a car and get certain jobs. You need to be able to pass a test of some sort before you're allowed to procreate, because a lot of this is ridiculous, and it gets pushed into the next generation. You got at least 3 sons, so imagine if you treated their mother this way 30 plus years. Imagine what them 30-year-old men, how they feel about women and how they're treating women at this very moment. Look at the example they
doing
had.
the same thing.
Exactly.
Because they were doing what they were taught.
They were doing what they're taught.
And for the girls, she's making them submissive.
Correct, and submissive is not a bad word. If you are a man of God and you're doing the things that you're supposed to do, providing, protecting, loving, and being there in the way that you're supposed to be, a woman will naturally submit to you. That's not even a conversation you have to have. The problem lies in submitting to a man that's not submitting to God. That is the problem with the submission thing. And you shouldn't submit to this man because you made him your God, and he think he's God's gift to women. That is the problem in this particular scenario. It's just bad all the way around. Very bad.
She's a woman like I'm gonna call out my grandmother. My grandmother is one of those people. She was raised in the church.
Good night, Moniz.
She says that her father was a man of God.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't matter what he did. You're supposed to obey him because he's a man of God.
But you know what? I've gotten that same.
Let me make my point. He's a man of God, so you're supposed to only obey him because he's a man of God. But here's the problem I have. When the man of God is doing something wrong, why should you follow it? Mm-hmm. My grandmother and my mother have the same father because he was a man of God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yep. I got you. And even in the comment section of this video, I have people that are attacking me. You shouldn't speak against the man and the woman of God. What makes them any more saved than me? I don't stand in a pulpit, but I'm just as saved, if not more saved than these two. And I'm not going to uphold people in their wrongness just because they hold a title. That is just not who I am. So I will risk whatever comes behind speaking against somebody that's not truly living the word while trying to lead people to Christ. No, absolutely not. Okay. With that, let's circle back to Shannon Sharp, because we got about 10 minutes left, and I do the God wasn't here earlier, so I do want to give him the opportunity, because I want to know what thoughts are regarding this thing. You guys already know how I feel about it. I've already labeled Shannon Sharp a R. Kelly. I sit him right there next to R. Kelly, but people had real issues with me saying that. So, DP, please.
Why would they have an issue with it? He's right up there with R. Kelly and P. Diddy.
You should have been here. They took real they didn't take that too kindly. But that's my personal take on it. A 19-year-old, legal? Yes. Immoral? Absolutely immoral. And I just feel like you're a groomer if you're almost 60 messing with a child that's younger than your children.
60. Wow, Shannon is old.
He's 56. Might as well say he's right there. He's real close to it.
He is. You know what? Shannon Sharp has always been problematic for me.
Okay.
I always felt a phoniness about him.
All right.
And it's not, it's always just been something kind of off about him with me.
Okay.
And I always just thought he was the type of dude that's going to say what he got to say and do whatever he got to do to get ahead, to get himself up on top.
And I say, good for him. You know, he got what he asked for. You know, he has his preference, and he's going to sink in that preference because that $100 million contract is gone. Mm-hmm. He lucky if he gets 50. This is still the age of Me Too. Correct. And you know what? I always say when things like this come out, the same thing with P. Diddy, with R. Kelly, with them. When do you have too much to lose? Come on. When do you have, I look at these NFL players, when do y'all have too much to lose to where you stop this foolishness? Shannon Sharp, you ain't got to pay nobody, but like he told Monique, he don't want no woman his age. Because a woman his age is not going to let him, unless he find one like the previous sister, gonna let him dog them out and mistreat them. Mm-hmm. So they get these young-minded women, right? So they say mold them, but it's manipulate them into the mold that they want them to be. Yeah. Shannon should have known better, but he doesn't care because, again, these men get so much money and so much de facto power, they think that they can do whatever they want. Well, she walked away from $10 million. Correct. That was his offer. So that means her evidence got to be pretty strong if she walked away from 10 million. And she got right with them lawyers, and they seen that, and they said, you know what? We're going to ask for 50 because we can probably get 25. Yeah. Because he was in negotiations for that 10. Oh, yeah. And that, to me, is, I just like, just when do you have enough to lose to where y'all don't stop? Like, I said the same thing when, you know, that mess came out about Kobe and the little white girl in Colorado. Oh, I'm yes. Like, Kobe, you could fly in women. You go in there, you could fly in professional women. Come on. Get them a room at the hotel, and she'll freak with you the whole time. Why is you screwing some random chick at the front desk? Come on. He lucky he walked away from that because that matter really took somebody else out. If it had been probably a lesser player, that probably would have took them out. Correct. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. But because it was Kobe, he had a little bit of cachet left in him. Mm-hmm. But I'm just like, my God, you know, Mark, when do they have enough to lose? That's it. When do they've climbed so high and amassed so much, and they throw it all away, and it's usually behind Ussy Pay. Come on. What in the world? I don't know. But like I said, you know, he had his preference, and you know, he done already been temporarily leaving ESPN. No, because the way Stephen A. was talking in his statement, ESPN ain't finna have that. Yeah, they owned by Disney, so you already know this is not going to go well. Cannot have Disney don't like that. Hollering about, I'm gonna choke you. I want to choke you. Yeah, he's done at ESPN. Yeah, the only thing he's gonna have left is a podcast. Because I mean, yeah, who won't you Disney? But this man up here talking about choking females out. Choking them out. He into that type of. I think somebody said too. He like slave play. Slave, yeah, playing slave, yeah, daddy daughter, or something. Yeah, like, big black babies and it's the weirdest thing. I'm like, what is up with you, dude? Yeah, I'm gonna do it in public. But this is how it's gonna be. Big black man chokes little tiny white woman. It's like, dude. What is wrong? What is really? Thinks that's funny. That's not. That's not white men. Ooh, he lost women, black and white women. He lost white men. Come on. And he lost some black men. Come on. He's damaged goods. I ain't messing with dude no more. I didn't really mess with him unless I saw somebody on his shay I like. Exactly. I'm not messing with dude at all. And it's not because, and I don't want to sound callous, it's not because of what he said he was at. It's because he's too stupid. Yeah. You can't tell me nothing, dude, because you're too damn stupid. You got to be. You are dumb on a whole level of dumb and stupid. Yeah. You just threw away $100 million plus. Tossed it behind a 19-year-old, a child, little chick, a little girl.
I mean, and look like a little girl, sound like a little girl. Her voice, the way she spoke had no level of maturity to it. This is your thing, dude. And if they would lower that legal age, you would lower your standards even lower. You ride that line because that's what you're into. I'm sorry, you are an R. Kelly,
and
sir.
You know what? It just came out again. Another woman who accused him, I think, back in 2010.
Yeah, 4 million.
I think that.
Yeah,
but
Michelle.
She coming back and saying that I'm like,
yeah.
But again, these men get this money, they get this power. Like they in the NFL, they win a championship. Them women is throwing that punani at them.
Come on.
Just throwing it at them. And instead of them being smart and saying, you know what? I need to be careful. I need to watch my bag. Some of them like Shannon. And again, Shannon, I'm thinking again, not the most attractive man. Mm-hmm. Big black, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
He probably liked a lot of light-skinned girls.
Yeah.
What I'm finding out is a lot of these brothers that got a problem with black women, I tell them all the time, what type of black women were you going after?
Come on now.
Because if you're looking like Flavor Flav and you think you're going to get Beyonce
it ain't gonna
or
happen.
Rihanna,
correct.
That's not going to happen.
Yep.
So then you start hating all black women, thinking black women don't want you. No, you didn't take the sister that looked like,
correct,
maybe Gabby or somebody.
Yeah.
Just an average, cool black woman.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to have a top-notch girl, and when you couldn't get her, you didn't label, didn't know black women want me. No, the black women that you wanted
didn't want you. You got it.
That's what it was. The black women you wanted. You wanted Beyonce and her sister, but you looking like Flavor Flav and his brother.
Come on now.
It's not going to work.
Come on now.
You're not getting that.
Come on now.
And I get that same vibe from Shannon, and that's why he excelled, because he knew I'm a football player. He dabbled with that cachet in high school, college, NFL. He took off. Now I'm somebody. Now the world is mine. Then he switched over to broadcasting. Much success in that. He got too full of himself. But I'm going to tell you right now, them YT people finna humble him. Like them YT people is humbling Shadur right now,
mm-hmm.
They finna humble him.
Gonna bring him right on
back.
They
finna snatch it all from him.
Yep. It's
and like I said, all he gonna have is Club Shay Shay.
Throwing your life
ain't nobody
away.
finna touch him. I mean, dude, you're a pervert.
That's it. Say the word that they don't want to say. That's what you are. That's it.
You like them young girls,
little ones.
And I guarantee you, this gonna be just like Diddy. Some others, if they give that girl that money.
Oh, you're opening the floodgates. The floodgates are opening in.
The floodgates is about to be open on him.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's a wrap for him. So I hope he put some money away. He did something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he could work for a team as a conditioning coach or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, y'all 60 years old, y'all need, first of all, by now you should have been found, you had enough hood and been in fact settled down and got yourself a wife. So you wouldn't, so none of this would even be a thing. And then what really got me, and then what really got me about this situation is I was watching a prior show where he talked about how he is so careful about things that he won't even step in the elevator with a single woman by themselves. He will wait, let that elevator close, and get on the next one because he didn't want any impropriety to ever even be a question. But
that's cap. That ain't nothing but cap.
Correct. But now we got this.
It's cap.
But now we got this.
But now you up here. And I guarantee you some more gonna, first of all, some more gonna come out and then damn one of them gonna be black.
None. Oh, he already said, this man said on another show, if you see me with a black woman, it's because I'm holding her till the police come and get her. Oh, he makes it no secret that he don't care nothing about them. None. And then,
all right. Okay, well, Uncle Shannon, okay. Well,
we got you.
Good for you.
We got you.
We got you.
I just gotta say one thing, Marquis. Don't he look like a cartoon character in that picture?
He looks like Miss Netta for real. She look like
Miss
Netta. He really does look like Miss Netta. Without
when you put that up there, I said, "Is that Miss Netta?"
That's Miss Netta.
I said, "Oh, that ain't right."
It's so fat.
That ain't right.
They look alike. I'm sorry, they do. He look like Miss. He look like Miss Netta. He better keep working out. he just buff, but he look like a buff Miss Netta. That is it. I'm sorry. He did it to himself. I'm sorry. I do not.
No, he did.
I do feel it's a shakedown to a degree. But hey, you should not be putting yourself in positions where this could ever happen to you. You too rich, you too famous, and there are 500 ways for you to avoid this. But no, you think because you got money and status that you above them pulling a Michael Jackson on you. Sorry.
But you know what though?
Mm-hmm.
How are people in this day and age, Marquise and the panel, are not aware that there are cameras everywhere?
Come on.
And you don't talk over an unsecured open airway, whether it's a phone, a radio,
right?
You don't do that,
right?
Why are you talking into a device that can record you?
That reckless. And then everything that she was saying sounded very staged and rehearsed. You're not gonna choke me. Correct. Correct.
Had to get him to admit and say, like he said, yeah, I want to choke you. I want to choke you. I might choke you in public. Like, that's kind of a threat. You know what I'm saying? I'm like.
No,
and see, oh yeah, back when that sex tape, that infamous sex tape was a leak, and somebody said, "Nah, bro, to go on Instagram, you got to log in.
You got to hit all these buttons.
You ain't did all that. I don't use Instagram." So, and they said, "No," and I'm like, that to me was just so low class and disgusting.
And then he monetized off of it. He started selling ED pills behind it.
Yeah. That's when I was like, nah, dude, you lost. And I really stopped feeling, dude. I'm like, nah, dude, you're doing too much with this. And here we go. Now he just, like I said, he done pissed away another. Like, y'all with this church couple and this.
Yeah.
What is wrong? Have we been amongst them too long?
We're in trouble.
I'm serious. Have we been amongst them too long that we have lost all of our ancestral moral and ethical code?
Yeah. Now that is a word.
Been amongst them too long.
That's a word.
Because the stuff a lot of these people are doing, we wouldn't have even did 70, 80 years ago.
No.
Like I told you, my mom is 88 and she said, you didn't hear about this stuff.
Yeah.
It might have been happening, but we didn't live in that type of thing.
Right. Look,
you know what I'm saying? If a black man had a white woman, she either was a secret nobody ever found out about, or if he was bold enough to marry her, he married her and he got his tail out the community.
Correct.
Because they wasn't, especially down south, they weren't playing that. We have, I just always saying it's kind of like a cop-out, but we've just been amongst them too long. And we are so turning into them with no moral or ethical boundaries whatsoever that tied us to our God, to our community, to our ancestors. We've just been amongst them too long. We really have. I just think we've been amongst them too long. Because we're losing it, man.
We're in trouble.
We are totally losing it.
And
we are in trouble.
Look, I can remember a time when back when we still had newspapers. Thank you so much, Crystal. Back when we had newspaper, we would read the headline and try and guess and be 99% correct on the race based on the crime. Do you remember that time? We can't do that anymore. Yeah. We absolutely cannot do that anymore. But once upon a time, you could read the headline and know what color line did. That's how easy the lines were. But now, blurred all over the place.
They're so blurred.
Yeah.
We don't know. You pick up that paper, you be like, oh, please don't let them be black.
Correct.
Please don't let them be black.
Correct.
Please don't let them be black.
Correct.
And half the time
is by the names. So I just came in, but I was listening.
Crystal, you might as well hang it up. This show is over. We circle back to this just for my boy that came in late, but no, this show is done.
Because I've been waiting on this all week.
Correct.
I said, I hope that I catch Marquise this Friday.
Yep.
I got it set in my calendar to remind me. Like I'm joking. 8:30 out here on the West Coast. I got it set to go off so I can find you and get it on your line.
You got it, yeah, because we spent a good 2 hours on him where we burned him at the stake earlier tonight. I hate you missed it.
One of them lawyers going to burn him at the stake.
Oh yeah, he is over.
Burn him at the stake, baby.
That man is done for. I mean, I'm sorry, you did it to yourself. I don't feel sorry for him at all. I just don't.
And you know what though? What's gonna do? He gonna go away for a couple years. Say he went to rehab. I never knew there were so many sexual addiction rehabs on the planet.
That's it.
He's gonna go away for about a good 16 months to 2 years.
Yeah.
He's gonna lay low.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna come back and be contrite and talk about how God and his family and his brother Sterling and everybody came to him and helped him come back, like Jonathan Majors did. Went from that little white girl and went and got him a full sister. And I said, you can buy that BS if y'all want to.
I'm telling you.
He has proven who he is. Now he's using us, and y'all just all up in there. Let him live and die in his preference.
I agree.
Okay.
Because I feel like that whole marriage is a publicity stunt. I'm sorry. Yes. I don't know how much she got paid, but they paid her well. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I don't believe it. I give him about 2.5 years and she'll divorce him. No, she got paid.
Exactly. A whole year. I don't give him a whole year.
I'm gonna give it 2. Yeah, just no way. Just no way. All right, folks, it is midnight. Crystal, I'm sorry you missed the show, but you need to come back on time next week, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight.
I got nothing to do next week.
Say what?
I said I had nothing to do next week.
Oh, okay.
I will be here next week. I just wanted to say something, but I'll wait.
Yeah, I was on. And I have to apologize. You know, I was supposed to go live on Wednesday, but I ended up sick. My son. My son brought me a good old virus home. He passed it around the house, and you guys know. Okay, so my wife.
So that's why you should have went 1 hour tonight.
No, because those are two different things. Don't even try it, Crystal. but I will.
Those are different things, but this one it was.
I'll do a makeup show one day on YouTube this week. But so my wife started with it and she was vomiting. So I walked in the bathroom. I'm like, oh, you know that ain't my baby. It ain't mine. It ain't mine. That was funny. It was funny. Yeah, we've been together long enough to make that laugh. To make it, yeah, it was so funny. So that lasted 24 hours. What's going on, Mr. T? Yeah, I'm done for the night. And then my son, well, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. My son started first, and then he passed it to my wife. And then my daughter ended up with it. She was headed out on a field trip, and she got sick the night before. I'm like, okay, it looks like I'm going to escape this thing. And I woke up Wednesday and it got me. So although I didn't vomit, I had the bubble guts and oh God, me being ill is not fun for anybody in this house. So, and then it was making me have chest pain. So I was like, oh, I think I'm having a heart attack. So my wife was like, you make me sick. I'm not even going to sleep in here with you. You're doing too much. I was calling my sister, telling her she's gonna have to take care of my babies because I think I'm having a heart attack. I think it was just gas, though. It was not a good. It wasn't a good couple of days for me. It wasn't. But I'm gonna do a makeup show one day this week, and of course I'll be back next Friday, 8:30 Central Standard Time. Time to wrap up. We're going to go top to bottom. You guys have 1 minute to give me your final thoughts. You can talk about either of the 2 topics of the night, or give us something brand new. Just leave us something for us to think on as we retire this show and prepare for the next one. Go ahead, Miss Silverliner. What are your final thoughts?
Okay. Shannon Sharp need to be beat with an ugly stick, and that pastor and that girl. That girl.
I think he's been hit with it many times.
Another one, a bigger one, that'll knock some sense into him. And the pastor needs to be delivered, and the woman, she needs to be set free. That's all I'm gonna say for that. But she needs to be set free mentally and physically, literally.
Oh my God. Crystal, I do want to thank you for showing up at the very close of the show. But I do want to give you your opportunity to speak on either of the 2 topics that you were not even present for tonight.
I was at a birthday party and I thought I was going to be back soon. I wish.
We had a good one.
I wish I didn't go.
We had, it wasn't a good one.
I wish I didn't go. But anyway, whatever.
Okay.
So y'all think, because I didn't get to talk to you, that Shannon Sharp did what he did?
I think it's a shakedown. I mean, I can't say. Listen, I can't say that he did or he.
What's your opinion?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you do know, like even in my marriage, if I go upstairs and my wife say no and I take it, I mean those things do happen. Even though we've been in a relationship or married 19 years, I can go up there and she say no, and it's still what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Just because we've been in a long term relationship doesn't mean that I can't take it. You know what I'm saying? So she could be lying. She couldn't be lying. We don't know. What I'm saying is that he should have never put himself in this position. That is my stance on that subject altogether. Although I do feel like it is a shakedown, to a degree. I really do feel. I mean, you waited until he gets this big, huge, potentially $100 million contract to say, "Oh yeah, by the way, you took it. You took it." I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't want to.
Well, you see, he did take himself off of
ESPN. Absolutely. No, I mean that was coming anyway. That was coming anyway. So I mean now there's another accuser outside of her. So I mean based on the text. Yeah, there are two accusers now.
Oh, this is gonna be deep. This is
yeah. They're about to nail him. You know what I mean? So men, keep it in your pants. Get yourself, stop playing around with little girls. I'm sorry. He shouldn't have been messing with that little girl to begin with. 19.
And then they did the video of him, Monique talking, and they said Monique moored him.
Everybody. You see that one? Yeah, I saw that where she told him to leave them little girls alone. Little white tea girls alone.
She did. She said somebody come up here and find my brother.
Yeah. Somebody your own age. Yeah, she told him that.
She did say that though.
She told him that. Didn't want to hear it. You like what you like. You like the little girls that you can manipulate. You're a groomer. Now the groomer is getting groomed.
I don't understand these men. I just don't get it.
I don't either. I don't.
You're a grown man with money. Find a grown woman.
Find you a grown woman. That's the word of the day, now.
I'm gonna jump off. I don't want to jump in, but I'm gonna get off. But you know what just hit me before I leave?
Yes, sir.
He better hope this don't take him getting took out the Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
He better hope it don't get him taken out of the Hall of Fame.
Oh.
Behind this BS here.
Because they will. They'll snatch them titles down.
They can remove him from.
Yeah.
It just hit me. I'm like, you know what? Can they remove him from the Hall of Fame?
Very likely.
I think so. If he's found, you know what, Marquise, they can.
I'm assuming they can snatch. They've snatched other people's titles.
Yeah, they took back the Heisman from what was his name? Bush. They took the Heisman from Bush.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
For his cheating stuff. So I'm assuming they can kick you. I mean, it's not a good look to have a convicted sex offenders bust. In the Hall of Fame.
Correct.
All right, y'all. Good night. Great conversation, and I will hopefully see y'all all next week.
See you next Friday. Appreciate you, man.
Bye.
Awesome.
Sonia's on here. She wanted to say something.
Sonia. Okay, Sonia. Listen.
She fell asleep. I wasn't asleep. I was actually at a birthday party in which I did not go. So she's going to come.
No, she said she's going to let me get my rest tonight. Yeah, okay. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You guys know y'all keep me up too late. Thank you very much, Vibrant. I'm going to bed. Y'all know how this thing goes. Tarsha, give me your final thoughts, man. We're about done tonight. I appreciate you sticking around and hanging with us tonight. It's been a good conversation.
No problem. Well, with Shannon Sharp, I feel like he now is playing the victim.
Mm-hmm.
When he first came out with that interview, as though he's the victim.
Mm-hmm.
Age appropriate. I don't see anything in common with the age that he was dealing with.
Correct. Don't even listen to the same music.
Man, there's nothing in common, but he was trying to groom her, which is controlling her.
Mm-hmm.
So whether they were on that call or the recording, you could tell that was the control.
Yeah.
Because if she was acting like a child, he was the daddy.
Correct. And I'm going to punish you. I'm going to punish you. That's it.
I'll do it in the street.
Yeah.
I can punish you at home.
Yeah.
Or I'll do it in the street if you misbehave.
Yeah.
I think with the pastor and his wife, they need to step down.
Amen.
At the head of the churches. I feel like as for her to be the first lady, she's not first at anything. Unfortunately, I do think they're going to try for a book deal.
Or a movie. This is a Tyler Perry movie.
a book deal so she could tell you what not to do.
No,
she's going to be.
They were actually promoting the book during this show. There's a book they're promoting right now. I can't think of the name of it, but they were promoting the book during this podcast.
Because she's like she's glorifying it. I feel like she's an abused woman.
Yeah.
But she has no more self-worth.
Yeah.
And to know the problem that has happened is they had children out here in the world that maybe one of them out of the five has adapted to this lifestyle.
Exactly.
So that's what we have to look out for. That what you're doing as a parent, because the sins of the father comes back on the children.
You got it.
The children is going to be the one to suffer. So I feel like when you have children, sometimes when you don't want to do things, but you do the right thing because you know somebody's watching you. And that's the children.
That's right.
So I feel like the gentleman said, this world that we in is do as I say, do not as I do. But we're not doing right.
Beautifully said.
Yeah. I'll see you next week.
I love it. I'll be here. Oh, Wolf, I don't know if you even spoke tonight. I'm going to give you, I'll give you 2 minutes if you're still here, Wolf. If you can unmute yourself. Are you still here? I don't think Wolf got a word in. Wolf? All right. Wolf going once. You know how it goes. Going twice. Going back to the comments. Oh, I love it. People,
let Sonya come up and take Wolf's place.
Sonya, do you want to come up? Y'all see, Sonya. Hey, look, Sonya, you can come up. You can come up for a couple of minutes. You know, yes. You definitely can get. You can get a couple of minutes, Sonya. Nobody else, because I want to go to bed. Man, Tar, you know these people will keep me up until 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning.
His face is right now.
I know him.
I want to go to bed.
I know. Well, she didn't get her chance, so I said,
Krista, how you up here biting for somebody else's time and you barely got the 2 minutes I gave you? Sonya. Hello, Sonya. Only you. I'm gonna give you.
Hello, everybody.
I'm gonna give you 5.
That's my sister.
Hey, Sonya, how are you?
No, I have 2 seconds.
Okay, you got 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes.
Marquise.
oh, you got 3 minutes. Oh,
Get you
shoot.
some rest. Get off and go get you some rest. Crystal is not gonna punk anybody tonight. This man is gonna get off here and get him some rest. He done did his time.
I ain't trying to punk nobody. I said
I was sleeping and you was doing whatever you do. Now, good night.
See, now I love that.
What do you think?
Thank you. That's what you get. Sonya said, nope, she's not going to torture me tonight. I thank you all. We did not reach our goal of 100K.
She must know what's going on there.
Krista, you need to hush. Now I'm going to have to mute you. Now I just got to mute you. All right. The show is over. I thank you all for joining me. I'm live here on YouTube and TikTok every Friday now until I can start getting these people on the YouTube side. I'm getting a little bit better. Things are looking a little better down here
I've been
now.
over there.
Huh?
Liking and commenting and.
I did not see you on YouTube.
Oh my goodness! Why you can't? What am I not doing it right?
I didn't see you. No, I didn't see. I saw Michelle. I didn't see any comments from you. And I'm able to type back on. Yeah, I'm able to type back on YouTube now. Now that I'm on the inside the studio.
Go over there, look.
I'm gonna go over there for a couple of minutes because I got to wrap up that side of the show as well. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and close this. Say what now?
Can we go over there?
You can go over there, but I'm only gonna be here like 3 more minutes.
No, I'm on YouTube. Can we talk a little bit over there?
What for? What, Crystal? I want to go to bed.
I want to ask a couple questions that I didn't get to ask over there. We can do it over there. Please, just for 30 minutes, please.
Well, I don't. I'm on my laptop, so I don't. You're just going to be typing. You won't be able to come up. It'll just be. I'll be talking, but you'll just be typing. If you want to do that.
Okay, I'll ask you a couple things. If you're gonna bring me up, you can.
Okay. I'll give it a few. For those of you, y'all want to come over to the after party, which is going to be a very short. YouTube out the party. It's the same username, Faith and Bishop 2 on YouTube. I'm live right now. All right, good night. With that, for everybody else, I thank you all for joining me tonight. I'm live each and every Friday here on YouTube and TikTok, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. If you love what you saw tonight, this is what I do every single week. I bring new topics. We educate, enlighten, entertain, and we discuss any and everything. So if you love it, come on back next Friday. Until then, watch my content throughout the week so that you know what we'll be talking about. And most importantly, support me. I don't ask for your money, but I do ask for you to watch the videos, like them, comment, and share them. It does help to keep the show going and keep me motivated. And it doesn't help if you're going to my page and watching them. I get nothing for that. It only actually counts when you spot me on the FYP and do the thing there. So when you see me on the FYP, make a big deal of it. Watch it all the way through. I only need 61 seconds of your time. None of my videos are more than a minute and a half. So watch them, like them, comment, and share. And when I say comment, do more than just the laughing emoji, because that don't get me anywhere. I need you to type a few words, and I'm gonna respond back to you. And that's the way for me to get the engagement that I need for the videos to do what they need to do. So it increases the visibility.
Watch on YouTube, because this TikTok is about to believe it.
Correct. If you guys don't
get to know YouTube, that's why I said that.
Correct. And TikTok is very much in danger. I think we have until June for them to get it together, or we may be. So please start coming over to the YouTube side, because that's where I'm going to live, and that's where I am currently, so that you guys can keep up with me. I now have my laptop all set up, so I'm going to start creating an email list for you all as well. So we're cracking. I'm starting to get my equipment in and getting it working a little bit better. So each and every show is looking a little less ghetto. So with that, I love you all with the love of God. I'll see you all next week. Have a good night.
Good night.
Oh, okay. Jesus. All right, folks. Put this thing back on. All right, give me my mic. All right. There we go. Here we go. All right. I'm supposed to be done. What? Why? Looks like we got some comments. Okay.
At least 6 credit hours. A student who was taking 6 credit hours.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just checking my videos out, see if they've moved any. Okay. Yeah, TikTok mistreated me. Truly mistreated me. They barely let me up on the FYP tonight, but it was still a good show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. At this point, it's just me and Crystal. A couple people. I'm gonna stick around for just a little bit. And again, this is just helping me get my practice in on this side. I normally am fully dressed, but today I am tired of being sick, so I am not 100%. Okay. Looks like this camera is a little bit better than the one that I had before. It's not as good as the $500 one that my daughter threw away, but at least it's better. And the last time I was live over here, it was really like slow. I guess that's the only way I can describe it. It was very, very bad. So I went and bought another webcam. It looks better. At least I hope it looks better on your side. It looks better to me. And now we're live here on YouTube with my new mic. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hopefully everybody can hear. Well, the couple of people that are here. If you can hear me, let me know. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button as you're in the room. I am able to type back because I'm on my laptop. Hey, Crystal, I see you now. All right. Okay, so we should start coming here. Absolutely. Elias Jordan, that's exactly where I'm going to be. I'll be live on YouTube. Typically, when I'm not live on TikTok, this is where I am. I'm going to be back one day this week. I want to say probably, I said last, I was supposed to be on Wednesday so we could discuss, what was the movie? I cannot even think of the name of it right now. What was the name of the movie we were supposed to be discussing, Crystal? I'm so mad at myself because I cannot think of the name of it. Canal Street. Thank God. We were supposed to be discussing Canal Street on Wednesday, but I got ill, so I was unable to come up and do the show. So we will revisit it, and we will come back and actually do the full review of it. It's a great movie. It's actually an older movie. It's on Prime for anybody who hasn't already seen it. And if you're an Amazon member, of course, you get Prime for free. And you're able to watch it for free. So if you haven't watched it, go ahead and watch it. And we're going to do a full movie review on Wednesday of Canal Street. It's very, relevant to what's going on today, especially with the case with regards to. I'm drawing blanks because I'm tired. um, what's the guy's name? Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. See, yeah, I'm tired. So of course, I've been following that case and doing lots of content on my TikTok page. So um, we're going to go over that movie because that movie is just very relevant to everything that's going on with that case, and I think it just speaks to a lot of what we're experiencing right now. So we're going to revisit that actual movie, and we're gonna do a full rundown of it. So if that's something you're interested in, please show up for me on Wednesday. I'll try to get on. Let's say 6:30, 7 o'clock, somewhere along in there. And we'll do probably about a 2 hour run. It shouldn't take us that long, but of course we have a lot of fun over here, so there's no telling how long we're gonna actually be on for it. So we'll do that on Wednesday. I hope you guys enjoyed the TikTok show. I'm hoping that my mic is good enough because I'm actually using the mic to pick up the sound over there. I'm hoping that you all were able to hear it just as well. I had my one of my friends over here the entire time. She said the sound was good and that the picture quality has improved some. So it looks like I'm heading in the right direction. I still got a ways to go, but it's trial and error. It looks better than it did last week. So each and every week we're going to try to get a little bit better with this thing. All right, Crystal, what were your questions? Because you got me up on YouTube and I'm supposed to be in my bed. I'm ready for your questions. It does look good. I hope so. Yeah. I bought the laptop. I bought the microphone. I had to buy another camera because my daughter threw the $500 camera in the trash. And like I said, I'm just buying equipment up as I go. To try to prepare for this for this move over on this side full time. So yeah, I guess at some point I'm gonna have to get me on because I got like blank space on the other side of this particular room. I'm gonna try to make up a nice little studio space to make it look a little bit more professional. But right now, I'm sitting on my comfortable couch, so it's all good. What happened? I didn't see everything, so it was a YT girl. What is your question, my friend? Crystal, you got to be a little bit more specific. We got 3 people in the room. I thank you all. If you haven't already hit that thumbs up, please do. This is the Out the Show. We talked about Shannon Sharp and his fiasco, along with the Steeles and why they're still together. That is Kelly Steele and Reginald Steele, the 10,000 member mega church pastors, who the husband was a habitual cheater. It was really, really ridiculous. How did she throw? Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So I got a camera that was gifted to me by my job. It was $500 camera, and so it got delivered. It was, how when things are shipped with Amazon, they're shipped in brown boxes. So in my office, it was still in the brown box. The box was open, and of course, it had like all of the packing on top of it. So she called herself helping me out, and she went to clean the office, and she thought it was trash and threw the box away. So it never saw the light of day. I think I looked at it once, and I was so excited waiting on all the other equipment to arrive. And when I went back to the office and realized that she'd thrown it in the trash, it had been gone for probably a couple of weeks. So it was a very, very, very sad day. Very, very sad day over here. So Oh, my battery is starting to run low and I cannot charge it because I don't have an extension cord to reach this far. Oh, this is going to be a short show because my battery is getting ready to die. Yeah, okay. So that's the story with that, Crystal. Shannon Sharp with the lawsuit. So you don't know anything about the lawsuit? He's being sued by a 19-year-old. Yes, she's white, a 19-year-old white girl. And then an ex is also suing him, Michelle. Also, we don't know if that's the Michelle from the infamous Instagram live love session. But she also suing. She's suing for 4 million. Gabriella is suing for 50 million, saying that he raped her anally, and that is what's going on with him. So I don't feel sorry for him. I'm sorry, Shannon. He brought a lot of this on himself. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is at this point. What they say, you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes, and he's been playing stupid games for quite some time. This is an old man. He's almost 60 years old. He has no rhyme or reason to be messing with anybody that's 19. Sorry, it just, to me, it screams groomer, and I sit him right there with Mr. Robert Kelly. I'm so sorry. I don't see any difference in the two in their behavior with regards to chasing out the little girls, because that's what I consider a 19-year-old. I am there's no way I couldn't talk to anybody 30 at this point in my life, let alone somebody that's 19. My daughter's 16. That's disgusting. His daughter, he has children are in their 30s, so I just don't understand how you could look, let alone lust and chase after somebody that is 19. That is just my opinion when it comes down to messing with young people. It's just a no for me. Absolute no for me. Crystal, well, I agree. He is standing alone on this one. I'm with you. I'm with you, Miss Blaine. Yeah. I'm sorry. He's on his own. I have nothing for him. Thank you for joining me, Miss Blaine, because I'm gonna mess that name up. Kiss me, Kamisha. Is that right, Kamisha? I don't know. I know Blaine is correct, so we're gonna call you Miss Blaine. Oh, did I get it right? Kamisha. All right. Hey, I hate when people butcher my name, so I try my best to get it right. Because oh God, when I tell you they butcher Marquise, they rip it to shreds. So I try my best to be respectful of people's names. So I'm just gonna call you Miss Blaine because I know I can get that pronunciation correct. Crystal is the one that still has me over here. My YouTube, the TikTok show is ended. We are done there, but she wanted to come over and play on YouTube for a little while. So did I do great? Thank you. So any topics you guys want me to cover before I wrap this thing up? Because Crystal got me on here against my will. I feel like I am being used and abused. I'll look everything up. That's crazy. I heard some stuff. Exactly. 19 could be his daughter or granddaughter. That could be his granddaughter. He is 56 years old. That's just nasty. I'm sorry, it's just nasty. And then I looked at her, I'm like, she looks like a little girl. She's built like a little girl. She sounds like a little girl. And their little daddy daughter play was disgusting, but and then he has this thing about being a big black man and her being a little white girl. It was just plain old nasty. I feel like I should be suing. I got a short here on YouTube for those that are not part of TikTok, where I covered that story in a very comedic way. So check it out if you haven't already. It's funny. You love it here. And tell me about the pastor. You have not seen it. Crystal, you should take the time and watch it. It's called oh God, the something wifey. My Future Wifey podcast. If you look it up on YouTube, it'll take you to the episode. The parties are Kelly, Steele and Reginald Steele, and they are pastors of a mega church. I believe the church is in Arizona. They have 10,000 members, and they were talking about their relationship, their marriage, and basically he was a habitual cheater. I have a video, a short. Here on YouTube for those who haven't seen it, check it out as well. That covers a lot of this. And I have a couple of videos on YouTube, on TikTok that cover it as well. But basically, he was a habitual cheater. He told her from the start that I'm going to cheat on you. I don't like you. You're not the right color. You are too big. I like my women 125. You are 160. No, 175. I like my woman 5'2". You're 5'6". I'm never gonna be faithful to you. I hate you. I wish I would not never have married you. And he was just horrifyingly abusive. He cheated on her, and she basically what set the internet on fire is when she sat in front of everybody with him and the host laughing, and basically said that God gave her the grace to allow her man to cheat on her, and to gave her grace to be able to get up and iron his clothes and help him get dressed so he can go out and be with his side chicks every single weekend. These are preachers. Yeah. I mean, that's just some of it. I'm giving you the Cliff Note version of some of the things that this woman said. There was nothing that she did not. Every time she opened her mouth, it got worse and worse. She was fighting women. Women were coming up to her job that didn't even know that she was the wife. She cut up his clothes once because she was so upset, and K Swiss that he was so in love with, and threw his toilet, or not toilet, yeah, threw his toothbrush in the toilet. And she basically said right there that had she been home, he would have took her life. He cared more about clothes and K-Swiss than he did about that woman. And we understand that a lot of these stories are in their past, but it's the fact that that he sat there with no remorse, with no sympathy, with no care for her feelings when they were recounting these stories, that lets me know that this man is far from healed from the way that he treats women. You know what I mean? Especially her. He never touched her during the interview, like hugged her or anything. The only time he ever touched her was to say, hey, yeah, you are not my type. You were never my type. He claims that he's now faithful and that God has delivered him, and that things are so great with them now, and that's supposed to be a moving testimony for the world as why women should fight for their marriage. She talked about how they had Crisco. The mothers of the church told her to anoint her husband when he came home from cheating on her, and that would help him. So he would come home drunk, high, fresh out of somebody's pocketbook, and she would put oil on his hands and his feet and pray for him. The problem I have with situations like this is that I never see any men that put up with the foolishness. And I need to understand, why is it that men put up with it? Thank you, Miss Blaine. They just want me to talk to forever. I know I'm tired. I keep telling these people I'm tired. Crystal wants me to just keep talking. But yeah, she hey, y'all, I'm fighting it. I'm telling you, after about 12, I start crashing out. They don't care. They don't care. They're just using and abusing me. But yeah, so she just long suffering. That's all I can describe it as. But she wants that to be, that way, or encouraging other women to stay, in my opinion, in abusive relationships. And I just plain old cannot accept that. You know what I'm saying? It's just a no. And it's just it's not biblical. That's what I want people to also understand. It's definitely not biblical for you to stay in a relationship where you're being used and abused, and especially cheated on. You're not only breaking the vows to your spouse, you're breaking the vows to God. And for her to say that God gave her the grace to help him get ready to go cheat on her is not biblical at all. God doesn't give you power to help somebody to sin against him. That is the problem. The biggest problem I had with some of the many ridiculous things that he and her said. And he had a Bible verse to support every part of his stupidity. So check the podcast out, Crystal. I'll be happy to revisit it with you on another night because I spent several hours on this. But you weren't, you were at a party and now you want me to stay up and do it all over again. Manipulation at its finest. That's the way I wanted to describe it. And I call that spiritual abuse. That is the word that I want to call that. When you're using the word of God to defend your stupidity and to defend your abuse of another person, I deem that to be spiritual abuse, and it's just unacceptable. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like it for us as a people, black people. I didn't like it as a community. I did not like it as a church, and I did not like that as an example of what black marriage or any marriage is supposed to look like. So that's why I was so vehemently against it, and that's why they got a couple of videos and a live broadcast. They have since actually their church page is now private, and they her page, which I was just on because she put up her wedding video from when they first got married, along with a couple of other ridiculous posts, and I was pulling some of that content to create new content on, and then all of a sudden the page went private. So they invited us into their business, their private business, and then now they want to be private people. I'm like, you should have just left us out of this. You know what I mean? Because this didn't help anybody. The only thing it did was just made things worse. But and there are now people that are even at pulling, you know, video from their church that shows that he does this on a regular basis. He disparages her and embarrasses her and talks about, how awful he treated her in the marriage all the time. You know what I mean? So it was just it was sad. It's just a really really sad situation, and I really really hate it for her. And the internet is undefeated. Once we smell the blood, we're coming for like sharks. You know what I mean? So you got to be careful what you're doing, what you're putting out there. But I just felt like he just didn't care. I cannot see a man sitting there laughing as this woman is recounting how horribly you treated her in your marriage. You know what I'm saying? If anything, show some remorse and some respect. And neither of them did that, him nor the host. So I have no respect for neither of them. That was my first time watching that particular podcast, and it will be my last time because that is just not anything that I would subscribe to. That's not anything that I want in my spirit, and that's just not an example of what I would like as a representation of our people. So yeah, check it out. I do want you guys to watch that particular episode because it's gotten a lot of traction. It's got a lot of the conversations going, and it's worth having the conversations. Especially with regard when it comes down to religion and spiritual abuse and the various forms of abuse. Because she admitted to basically every form of abuse, but physical, emotional, sexual, emotional. I said emotional, mental, every other abuse that they owned up to. The physical abuse was the only one that I did not hear, with the exception of the threat to her life when she bleached his clothes the one time. But she was fighting women, which I didn't understand. You accepted that the man was cheating before you got married. You said, "Hey, I knew him. I married him knowing that he was cheating." But then you're fighting women and jumping on cars and things like that. So a lot of it was just a big contradiction. It was just very ridiculous, and then to put it all on God was just disparaging. It was really really terrible. So with that, I think I'm gonna wrap this thing. I love it. I really do love it. I do. I will. I'm gonna come back on Wednesday or probably 6:30, 7 o'clock, so we can go over that movie and any other thing that you guys want to talk about. Listen, if you guys have any other topics that you guys want me to handle or discuss, please feel free to drop me an email or DM. I'm probably better with the DMs on TikTok if you're subscribed over there. But feel free to email me. I'm going to try to do a better job at checking my email. mjbonner2012 at yahoo.com is the email address. Send those topics over to me, and I'll be happy to look them over and see if they're worth discussing and worth me making additional content for. You know what I mean? I want to talk about what you guys are interested in. You know what I'm saying? So I think that will be so much fun. Thank you so much, Miss Blaine, for joining me tonight. I appreciate it. Crystal, I stuck around for a little longer for the after party, but my eyes are getting heavy and my words are starting to slur. You know I don't drink, so that means that I am simply tired and my brain's shutting down. I thank you all for joining me tonight for this live. What I love about TikTok or YouTube, sorry, is that this thing is gonna save. I'll go in and put a nice um thumbnail on it. I may even go in and try to do some editing to it at some point. But they'll be available for you guys to watch anytime, so you guys will be able to go back and start listening to the YouTube lives as well. I'll try to get these cameras set up a little bit better the next time. But hey, it looks a little bit better and sounds a little bit better, so we're getting there one show at a time. I thank you all for the love and support that you guys give me on my videos and what have you. I thank you all for showing up for me, because there is no show without you. And with that, I'm going to take my rest, and I'll see you guys on next Friday. Well, I'm sorry, I'll see you guys Wednesday at 6:30 or 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And then I'll see you guys for my regular show on Friday, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. So love you all. Love you so much, Miss Crystal. I know